Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. And so much happiness.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see. I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the third round of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. My name is Gustafsson. This is Peter Svidler, who's won a bunch of Russian championships. No one really knows how many. And we're here to cover the third round with a bunch of closer and closer battles, as it is in open tournaments. It starts with 500-point rating differences, then you move to 200-300, and today we're getting a little closer. Although, yeah, still in the 200 range for the field.
250-ish points on the top boards there, but still already some names that I recognize, some more painfully than others. In particular, I had an occasion to learn who Firat Burak was during the Grand Swiss and the following Blitz tournament, which happened in Riga in 2021, where I got paired against Firat in round one of the Blitz and got absolutely destroyed in game one and should have been also beaten in game two. So a very interesting attacking Turkish player, which I think will be an interesting pairing against Hans, because I think from my very limited but still personal impression, Firat will be playing for a win. He will be trying to quite aggressively play this game with white for the maximum. So that should be the one to watch if you have to pick the early one. And I think the player who's playing against Kirill Alexeyenko on board 4 is extremely young. I will check. I think I've seen somewhere that this Turkish player is 11. I will. This sounds a bit younger than I would have accepted, but normally for somebody on 100% in this open, but nope, 11.
That is pretty young. Can you explain why in chess and open tournaments in general, everyone's terrified of young players? Wouldn't you think that the older people get, the more experienced, the better a competitor they are?
I think in general, there is just the feeling that even though, I mean, this particular 11-year-old is rated 24-53, which is a story in and of itself, you still get the feeling that this is nowhere near their actual strength, because players at this age improve like in half a year. He could be 2600, in particular with a 40 coefficient that young players get. Obviously, rating inflation is a thing, but still, you are getting very, very poor value for your rating point there, basically, because it's a very safe assumption that whatever his rating is, and it seems insanely good to be rated 24-53 at this age, he's probably still underrated.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, that people assume their rating hasn't caught up to their strength just yet. Although I think sometimes we overdo it, because not every young player already knows everything, and people also get better and stronger, and this fear that pretty much everybody has is, oh my God, I'm playing a young 2200, 2300. And is, I think probably not the ideal mindset. Instead of thinking, I'm gonna crush this kid, what does he know?
It's better not to overthink this and not to go in those directions at all. But I personally, for instance, I would be extremely uncomfortable playing, in particular, playing somebody like this for the first time. For me, I've learned this about myself a long time ago. I just generally do a lot better against players I've played at least one game against, because then I have some sort of a mental picture of what to expect, and I get less panicky and less shaky. But the first games against kids are always somewhat nerve-wracking.
But first games against older people are okay.
Yeah, because I've probably played against them, being an older person myself.
Not in open tournaments.
That is fair. But yeah, I think I would still take somebody, aged 35 over somebody aged 11 any day of the week. But it's a very scary prospect.
All right, let's see how scared Kirill Alexeyenko will be today. After 3G3, he's thinking, and goes bishop b4 check.
And bishop takes d2, yeah, which is kind of an interesting choice because it's extremely, extremely solid, but also you would assume minimizes your chances of getting a very double-edged position out of the opening. But Kirill, I think he has two very, now it went back to e7. That is more.
I didn't take it.
It was a bit of a glitch, yeah.
Glitch.
He has two, I think, very differing strategies against the Catalan and the 1d4 openings in particular. He does know quite a lot of mainline theory, and particularly in bishop b4, bishop b7 lines. I've looked at some of that with him myself when we were preparing for the candidates. But he also these days does a lot of really weird things, in particular connected with playing h6 randomly in some position, which I really wouldn't endorse. And I don't really know why he is constantly doing that to himself. But I did notice I don't know if a bunch is a correct description, but sort of more than one game where he would just play some random d5, knight of 3, h6 or something, and say, okay, your move, show me like what kind of a useful waiting move you can find in this position. And we'll see which Kirill shows up today, because yeah, he definitely does know the mainline theory in this, and has played some very interesting games in the mainline Catalans over the years as well.
We'll find out also the usual decision. Do you want mainline theory if you assume your young opponent has watched his Chessable course? Or do you try to take him out of book early? It's the usual equation with black. How much surprise value versus making your position worse than in the mainlines you're willing to take on. Let's see what else we have. We have Jordan van Foreest against Rishi Sardana. Jordan, the young Dutchman, who won the Weikenzee A tournament with all the world's best players, or pretty much all the world's best players. Magnus Carlsen, Caruana, you name them, in the field in 2021. And yeah, has been considered a rising star ever since his rating went down a little recently. I'm not sure what his peak was, 2730 or something, but he's too young for the rating to keep going down. And I expect him to have a good tournament here. He seems to be focused, in a good mood. And with the white pieces, we get one of these trendy moves, quote unquote, a6 or h6, which we've also seen a lot recently, where black is saying, I don't want you to pin my knight just yet after knight 6 cd, e bishop g5. I'll make a half waiting move, which in this case also prepares dc, followed by b5. And then please put your bishop on f4 in the structure. Which is not a terrible square, and you could argue how useful a6 is in all the lines. But these lines are a lot more serious than you would think about, randomly moving a pawn on move 3. And so far, no one's shown a way to crush them. White can go for subtleties and say, okay, a6 is not that useful, blah, blah, blah. But it's not easy.
No, for me, I remember I had occasion to prepare for some people who were playing this. Yeah, I would be extremely interested in, ways to try and refute it with perhaps like cd5, a5, queen b3 on move 5, trying to play e4 very quickly. But they have found ways of dealing with it. Yeah.
This has not been looked at.
Of course, yeah, and it's much more solid than it looks. It looks like you're behind in development, and if I get some sort of e4, d4, bishop c4 stuff in, I will be doing very well. But black has, as Jan is indicating, and black is absolutely not obliged to take this lying down, and there are ways of immediately starting concrete counterplay here with c5 in particular. Interesting move there by Jordan in the game after e3 and bishop b6. And here I think we should probably talk a little bit about the structural intricacies, because it in particular, Jordan's choice here, I think, very much indicates that this is what the fight will be about. Generally, these types of Karlbach structures are always kind of safely slightly better for white. But if you do it naively, let's say we go bishop takes d6, queen takes d6, bishop d3. One additional advantage of not developing the knight to f6 so early is black can play knight e7 now, and black will be trying to play bishop f5 as early as possible. And if those bishops come off the board, I think Carl's buds are supposed to be extremely healthy for black. At least that has been sort of the understanding over the years. Of course, you can play queen c2 instead of knight f3 and try to be slightly more tricky about this. But Jordan goes in a similar direction, I think, spiritually, but slightly different move order. He goes queen f3, saying, if you want this trade to happen on f4, I will have a much better control over the f5 square, meaning that I will develop the bishop to d3, stop bishop f5, and be quite happy about things. Knight e7, bishop d3. Why is bishop f5? Why is bishop f5 not playable here?
It is.
Why hasn't it been played then? Yeah, I guess you want something concrete here. Yeah, right.
Yeah, this is, I would assume, still part of Jordan's preparation, because it's queen f3 move, which is not the most natural. In these structures is also the first or second, depending which computer you consult. Choice of the computer, and these lines are fairly mainstream now, so I'm not sure if he prepared this for today specifically, but he certainly had a look at this and probably he knows something about this position.
Yeah, it's a good position to know more about than your opponent for sure, because I think it gets quite sharp with the bishop on d6. If it survives there, if it sticks on d6, it will be very unpleasant for black. Black castles. Now we've achieved something, I guess. Like we can already perhaps trade these bishops and continue developing safe in the knowledge that playing bishop f5 will be tricky. And in fact, we haven't even castled kingside yet, meaning that if black plays g6 here, I'd be very interested in just playing g4 and then castling queenside and giving mate. I don't know if it's any good, but or h4, yeah, one of those two. Stopping bishop f5 continues being a topic of interest for me here, which is why I started with g4. So yeah, a risky position for black strategically. I think Rishi will have to play carefully and well, not to run into trouble.
Yeah, also with my not very thorough knowledge of this position, if you go knight e7, then after bishop d3, you should indeed go for bishop f5, and if you don't like that, then you can put the knight on f6. This is not a terrible position. I think they go h3.
Interesting choice there by Jordan, by the way.
Bishop d3. What do you do?
Well, I just kind of extolled the virtue of
rook t1.
Yeah, like
what move is that?
Played extremely quickly. Well, not extremely quickly, but quite quickly as well, which is really a surprise because I would have valued the option of castling queenside.
Also, what's the rook doing on t1? It's completely off-topic move.
Yeah, knight g2, or
maybe it's a display around he went long castles, which I could understand.
Yeah, I mean, my mind also went there. Yeah, like I would be very open to the idea that this is just a board glitch because rook d1 is a very, very mysterious choice.
It doesn't lose, but it just doesn't make any sense. So that would be odd.
Yeah. Spending a full tempo on a move we very easily could never need.
Yeah, you don't know where the rook is going. Even if you know you're casting kingside, you could still need it on b1 for b4. You could put it on e1. So to commit to this, when your knight has an obvious square.
Yeah, perhaps we could. I don't know if we can get the camera, which is over.
We can kind of see him, but I can't see the board. Jordan is up there in the corner. I don't think this camera is very mobile.
It is if he indeed has played rook d1, it's a bit of a surprising choice, which I assume is still home prep somehow, but I'm still do not understand this, at least not immediately. There's a very sharp Nimzo on board, I think 6. Where, and this is a judge. Let me Google that.
So look, RTK on the rating favorite here, and Abdi Salimov, who I'm sure Peter will tell us more about in a minute, goes for f3, sharpest move you have.
Yeah, not as young as, once again, like in this tournament, you always suspect these are very young players. This is a young player from Uzbekistan, but not as young as I was. sort of fearing 20 years old, and obviously a very decent player, rated 24-47. Don't know much about this line. I've seen this before, but I'm sure you will be able to talk about it with more conviction than I would.
Yeah, three very challenging moves, preparing e4, obviously. So black has a choice between d5 and c5. Recently, fashion has shifted a little bit more towards c5 here, which the computers prefer. And then after d5, b5, very direct way, trying to undermine or at least put pressure on the white construction before he's ready with development. Because if white gets everything he wants, e4, bishop d3, knight gd2, short castles, he can just be much better. You're playing a Benoni structure where your bishop is strange on b4. So you have to justify that quickly. And that's why black goes b5, putting this pawn under attack. And after e4, the main line has been castles for most of the last decade, I would say. And I still think it's fine, but people get a little tired of these insane positions that we've seen. Like some Mamedyarov play quite a bit, where you have to be incredibly precise move by move with either color, really. But white, by playing this line, indicates a willingness to go here. And most black players got a little tired of it, and also, obviously, it helps that the latest engines are saying you shouldn't castle, you should play d6 here, stopping e5. And this has been the battleground for a while. As far as I know, black is happy here currently. White has tried all kinds of things, bishop d3, bishop d2, a3, knight e2, one of the main moves.
Yeah, and the continuation here is quite curious because if it takes e4, seems logical. I mean, it's hanging, why not take it?
Also far from forced castles.
Yeah,
white goes knight f4 is another big line.
Yeah, bc4, knight f4. Now black chooses to push that knight back, which releases all the tension in the center, but does win you a bunch of tempi because the knight will have to go back to e2. Sort of a logical decision. You do, of course, you would very much prefer to be able to still undermine and perhaps blow up the white center in the future, but 2 tempi is 2 tempi. Knight e2, and black goes knight e7, knight b6.
The one thing I know about this line, and I think it happens later in the game, so very often computers say knight g8 is a good idea, which you always think is like a display error, but it's actually not. They're saying it's key to free your f-pawn, put this knight on e7, go f5, and do that quite early. I'm not sure if here, but I might have looked at knight g8.
Even in this position, yeah. He does it 2 moves later, does Morally Kartikeyan. So he first decides to protect the pawn on c4, and then after bishop e2, he just very calmly spends 2 tempi going knight g8, knight e7, as Jan indicated, preparing for f5, and just also repositioning this knight to what is a better square, I think, in most cases.
Yeah, it's a weird move, but if you play normally castles, let's take castles, I don't know what a normal move is, bishop d7, I don't know, just random moves, then white will be actually much better pretty quickly. You're a pawn up, but it sort of stops any counterplay you have on the queen side, and white will just build up on the king side, try to bring his pieces over here and pick up this pawn whenever he feels
even
like.
if 3f4 is not a stupid idea at all, and as we will see in the game, the knight actually is much better on those squares that Morally is aiming it towards as preparation for the f3 f4 break, which still happened in the game. Castles, knight e7, f4, ef, bishop takes f4, and Morally played queen c1. Oh, sorry, Abdimalik played queen c1 there. But g6 is a very good square for this knight. It is attacking the bishop on f4. It is fighting against the e4, e5
I don't
break.
think f4 is a good move here, but maybe it's what he had to do. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he played it so quickly, but he also has 3 minutes above the starting time.
More or less in book.
Yeah, so you would suspect that he is still in home prep. Queen c1 also, I think, quite clearly the first line of the engine there. So yeah, interesting position because black is a pawn up. e4, e5 break is not really forthcoming, but black has these pieces on the queen side which are a bit awkward. Knight on b6 is very passive. The bishop on b4 is not doing very much. And white probably wants to play knight b5 if nothing happens. Like if you castle here, the engine does like the idea of playing knight b5, and shockingly, black doesn't really have very good ways of protecting the pawn on d6, and that is an important pawn. So black immediately gets into some trouble here. It's not like it's the end of the world, but
Point is that you have to go queen c1. So the queen can recapture here.
yeah. And because of that, the engine suggests just taking on c3 straight away, just to get rid of that knight. We take with the queen, I assume, because otherwise queen c1 looks a bit artificial. And now you probably include knight f4.
Yeah, this
looks very dangerous. In fact, it just looks bad because f6 queen g3 wins the pawn on d6 just by tactical means. So black really needs to get rid of the f4 bishop as early as possible. So you take here, we take with the rook, you castle, and we get this kind of a strange position where, for the time being, black seems to be a bit vulnerable to something bad happening to their king side. But it's not that easy to organize because queen g5 in particular is a very useful resource against knight h5. And black is still a pawn up. Like the pawn on c4, yes, it can be won back, but that will give black a very important tempo to stabilize, consolidate.
Yeah, theory debate. Both sides seem to know what they're doing. You don't blitz out moves like knight g8 or queen c1 or f4. If you haven't seen this before, these kids, well prepared. Now theory debate here between Grigorian and Wei Ming Kevin. Go from Singapore, is he? I think the first grandmaster from Singapore. Put in a lot of time to get that title, and seems like an avid student of the game.
Yeah, he is. I've been somewhat in touch with him, and I sort of followed his journey towards the completion of the title. He is, very, very passionate about chess, and both his own chess and also chess in Singapore. He is often writes about the chess life there. Playing a very sharp line today.
Yeah, this used to not really be a thing even 2-3 years ago. Like, it existed, but people weren't really looking at it. While now, it's all of a sudden become a main battleground in this Carlsbad structure, in particular in this move order, where black doesn't get to play the Nimzo, or for people that want to avoid the Nimzo, they want to play the Ragozin, but they don't feel like having to learn all these sharp lines like we've seen in the other game. But you need a system that you're satisfied with. In what 90% of people do, CD followed by bishop g5. Once again, modern engines are saying bishop b4. This is not as bad as we thought, but not because black can play slow strategically. Then his bishop just doesn't make sense here. White goes bishop d3, knight e2 is better, but because you set the board on fire. h6, g5, knight e4. And it looks very suspect, but move by move, it's not so bad, which, it's one of these things where the old days, I don't think you'd be advised to go for this knight e2, then go h5 and see what happens. But now you can more or less confirm what happens, and it looks like black is not in trouble.
Yeah, and Karen goes rook c1 here, knight e2 does look like, in particular because h5 definitely is coming, you feel like maybe putting knight on e2 is very natural to be able to recapture on g3 with the piece, but Karen goes in the other direction, goes rook c1, h5, gives a check from a4 as well, which
also shows that white is prepared for this line being on the board. Like, everybody knows so much about random lines, or they're just hitting their prep, because you don't go queen a4, rook c1, followed by queen a4 check, if you've never seen this before.
Probably not, yeah. Queen a4, knight 6 f3 is on the board, yeah, and
the first line.
Since I myself am struggling with this a little bit, I will point out that it is Karen and not Karen. It's been a bit of a struggle for me over the past couple of days, and just to lay a marker there that name is pronounced Karen.
So over the last couple of days, it's been a bit of a struggle for you. That's pronounced Karen, not Karen.
Making sure that I don't pronounce it Karen.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and now I've done it like 5 times.
We don't even know the struggles you're
Yes,
You're
it's
going
nobody knows the trouble I'm in. In the meantime, in our very sharp Nimzo, Abdimalik did something which we sort of dismissed.
So you're just leaving this game now that you've clarified it's Karen.
Yes, it's very that was basically
the position is clear. It's Karen.
that
Like
was,
my old coach, Karen Movsisyan. Where do we go?
I just noticed that in the Nimzo, Abdimalik took on c3 with the pawn and not as we fully expected the queen. So
Still blitzing.
yeah, interesting, because that bishop on f4 is important, and he clearly values the option of recapturing with the queen very highly. But yeah, still a bit surprising.
Yep.
Mainly, I think surprising because we saw that the engine preferred queen takes c3, and it's very difficult to read your mind of that knowledge.
What's Hugh Young-Yi up to?
I think you should be quite happy about this, right? Because
You're thrilled if your pawn plays a knight bd7 King's Indian. You're usually thrilled.
yeah, as somebody who only really played the knight bd7 King's Indians when I was pretending to be a King's Indian player, I absolutely endorse this message. Don't do this; it's not good. Yeah, I would even be tempted to just do something which is probably, yeah, like h4 or even g4 was looking quite playable to my eyes. But yeah, you don't need to. You could have played something quiet, like, I don't know, queen c2 was an option. The engine wasn't.
Oh, I was blitzing out knight f3 here, but
One out of three.
And also the point of this is a big line nowadays, arguably. It's just as big as the old main lines with knight f3. It's delayed knight f3 is, of course, to keep your options open. But knight bd7 is not the way to challenge it. Like c5 followed by e6, or play one of these e5 d5 lines. Committing the knight here early, I don't see what black gains by doing that.
Yeah, knight f3 would transpose, actually, just straight transpose to the things I spent a few years playing in the late 90s. But yeah, but this is maybe the most unpleasant line against the old knight bd7 King's Indian. It was definitely one of the ones I hated the most, and you're just not equalizing here.
Well, you're not playing this to equalize.
Yeah, that is
maybe
also true.
Usually people play it either because they're not big students of theory and they just know putting the knight on d7 and going c6 to get some kind of position game, or to try to play for a win, getting your opponent out of book at the risk of being worse. But usually I'm not a big fan of having to debate King's Indians where my king is attacked. These knight bd7 lines as a d4 player, I was always so happy to get here. There's no kingside attack. You're just better.
Yeah.
And yeah, what's there to be afraid of?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for me, it was, I think, lack of desire to study that extremely long theory that starts after knight 65, 97, and also both for me and for my trainer at the time, Andrei Lukin, we both really hated that knight on e7. He himself was also a knight bd7 player, simply because, like, we both felt that it's such a stupid piece that best not to have it on the board at all. Which I understand is not a very scientific way of approaching openings, but there is something. Also, there is something to
the
be
knight
said.
had the function to
Provoke
make sure black plays d5 after he castled, no, which you don't usually get white to do willingly. In these positions, even though I'm sure d5
exists, but yeah, you don't do it
normally
until
I won't go d5.
Yeah, maybe if black plays rook e8, then you play d5, which is a very kind of, we discussed this interaction, I think, during the round one broadcast. Rook e8 is just such a horrible move. If white has then the option of playing d4, d5 and saying, now all of your stuff is misplaced, all of your f5 counterplaced, like 3 tempo, 3 tempi slow. And
I'm still not doing it here, but this is already theory nerddom, but I think wasted 2 is still an excellent move too, because the white
still pretty good, yeah.
center is really not under pressure, and d5, even though I'm sure, because we'll say what is better, it does give black what he wanted by playing this, and there are these sickos that play these positions with weird maneuvers and pretend they're not in horrible trouble. Anyway, Hugh Young-Yi should be happy. Hans, Burak Firat, doesn't look like he's. I was going to say it doesn't look like he's into main theory, but that's probably not true because knight f3, g3 is a very mainstream way to start the game nowadays. You can still transpose to Catalans or whatever, and it's fun to spice it up a little bit with b5, which is a positionally sensibly enough move. We've seen Magnus play this more than once in similar positions, stopping c4 and getting ready to meet the bishop on this long diagonal. But it's still slightly offbeat, I would say.
Yeah, it's become a lot more mainstream over the years, and I think in this move order in particular, it's very playable. It also provokes some very curious reactions. I think Kramnik once played e3.
He goes e3, yeah.
Which looks extremely strange, but when you're provoking a6, which very often will not be necessary, and if your future plan is to play, I don't know, some system with bishop g2, b3, bishop b2, g4, c4, you're arguing that the pawn on e3 is going to be a useful addition for that. But yeah, Burak decides against this, plays for a very normal setup instead. Also ignores knight a3. Knight a3 I thought was a serious move right after b5, maybe even immediately.
Right. Booked up on this? I know you can do it here or move before. Don't know.
Yeah.
Looks natural enough what he does.
Yeah, absolutely. But then you can make an argument that black is playing a very decent version of the King's Indian attack, because in those lines, you do often push the b pawn to b5, and you even do it in two tempi. But you're definitely very happy in doing it in one tempo. And
yeah, but you're talking about a very particular position where white is already played. Knight b2, e4, e5, like black. White is under no obligation to do that here, I would think.
Yeah, he probably goes c4 now. Yeah, I think.
Or e4 and take on d5, when you don't want your pawn on b5, but you really want on b6. There are options. e4.
Yeah, but black is not really very unhappy about any of this. I would suspect these are all playable fighting positions, which shouldn't be too horrible. Yeah, we'll see how this develops. Hans is playing slower than I would have expected him to be playing here, because g3 b5 was his choice. Maybe he didn't really expect knight 3 g3, and he spent some time just settling on something to play against it. But
yeah, it looks like he's freestyling, trying to get a game, which is fair enough. Let's see how it plays out. Bjorn seems to have played rook d1, which I'm still shocked and confused by, and I will confront him about this after the game.
Yeah, confront is a good way to describe it. That should be.
It's not like he has to resign instantly, and it looks like black did some strange things here, slightly with queen c7 and so on, that maybe he will get away with it, but it does not make this less of a crime. I don't even understand the idea. What is the point?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, we'll have to find out.
I really don't know why rook d1 is preferred to knight g2 in this position. Perhaps he actually is intending to stop bishop f5. Maybe he thinks knight g2 bishop f5 is very playable. That would be my one explanation.
I take everything back. He's a genius of prophylactic thinking. That does explain it.
Well, we were discussing the position after bishop takes e6 and then knight g2, and I think we liked it quite a bit for white. So I guess he's just very committed to never taking on d6 and forcing black to take on f4. But yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, Joe, he could have just done this.
Yeah, that's what should have done. Kirill has played pawn to h6, which I'm not sure if that was one of the random h6s you mentioned.
Yeah, I think he's done this. He's done this in this position. Yeah, actually had a very recent memory of something similar. He played more or less. No, but that was with knight b2. But in the tournament that just finished prior to this one starting in Llobregat Open, he lost a very painful last round game to Paulus Pucinevicius, who was a very fearsome player during the Chennai Olympiad. I think he beat a number of very strong players, including, I think, in a match against you guys, right?
I have no recollection. I don't think he could have beaten anybody there.
Okay.
He did. He beat
yeah.
Svane, had a good tournament.
Yeah, he had a very, very good tournament, I think, for Lithuania. Was a major reason why Lithuania did so well. And yeah, that game went d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, and just straight up h6 there by Kirill. So he doesn't like doing this in these structures for whatever reason. Less off topic today, of course. In this position, you can maybe make an argument for h6 being a kind of a useful non-committal move. And
yeah, here h6 is a big line actually, because if you go b6, which I would guess is still the main line, then white has the option to play this. How do you do it? Yeah, you play some other move first. Rook d1, should be 7, knight e5. And I might be mixing up some lines here, but in general, this stuff, first of all, white could have repeated, and secondly, you're not getting a ton of winning chances in these positions. So they've been a bit wary to allow this and have looked for ways to keep more tension in the position, like h6, followed by a5, I think has become a thing.
We need to go back to Jordan's game because it might be over.
Draw?
No.
No draw? Pawn was doing strange things, and he continued with the strangeness.
Yeah, rook e8 played quite quickly, and bishop takes h7 pretty much blitzed out by Jordan here. So he must have been aware this tactic exists in the position.
It's a cute tactic.
It is a very cute tactic, yeah.
To understand this. So his point is king takes knight to e6.
Yeah, the only way to justify it, but a sufficient way, attacking everything at once.
So you have to take.
Yeah, and
then
then
now this is a check, which is why we lured the king here.
Yeah, it goes to g8, I assume, and then we go knight c7. And shockingly, we do win a full rook here.
It's very unusual tactic. I don't think I've ever seen this.
No, neither have I. Black will be able to... actually, interesting, because there is an option here for black to go like knight f6, knight a8, bishop g4. But that position after knight b6 and then just king takes d1 looks... Also f3. Also f3, yeah. But there is a way for black to try and play against that knight. Instead of knight f6, you can go, well, let's say rook d8, knight a8, and go b5 and try to capture that knight because it doesn't really have that many squares. But the resulting endgames will be very, very unpleasant for black.
Even if you get the knight for a pawn, you're probably still worse. No, white has a rook, 2 pawns against 2 minor pieces, which is enough with this material distribution.
Yeah, and black's pieces will be very passive in the structure because you had to play this really ugly move b5 here structure. After, let's say, just to show the viewers what we mean, like let's say rook c1, bishop b7, knight c7, rook c8, knight 7 takes d5, c takes d5. This is a very, very poorly looking collection of light pieces. This bishop on b7 is kind of horrible. And
the knights also don't have any squares. B3. White is much better here.
Yeah, it will be difficult to break this open. I don't think black is entirely immediately helpless, but yeah, it's obviously much better for white.
Cute tactic by Jordan. Maybe it's still in book. Maybe the rook d1 is still part of this. I doubt it though. Black made some strange moves that you can't expect. Rook e8. Just. Although I have to say, I like this move order better. Knight e6, queen g3, bishop h7.
Yeah, that would have been
it's a little cooler.
I think better in terms of style points. King h8 not being any improvement because then you have bishop g6 discovered check.
So this is on the board. Hg3 check. King shall go back.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to play king g6, even though it doesn't really lose any faster. But why would you position your king in front of your pawns there to be perhaps hassled later? So what else do we have?
That's early.
Yeah.
To get in a trick like that. Yeah. Like I didn't like the look of this queen c7 on an unprotected square and so on. You start thinking about potential tricks which don't work yet with 95. But you can probably forgive black for missing this bishop h7. It's so unusual.
Yeah. I think basically he got there and then realized he would like to play knight f6, but it just straight up immediately loses to knight h5. and he started looking for something that is, or knight, actually knight g6 is even stronger. Yeah.
No, you're setting yourself up for all this.
Yeah. So knight 6 actually is just a threat there. So rook e8 was played to protect against that tactic. Instead of it, the engine was suggesting making some very uncomfortable looking moves like queen b6 or somewhere, like also not your dream scenario if you have to play queen b6.
No, queen 7 was just bad. Should have taken the proceed, quote unquote, normally. Well, maybe white is a little better, but nothing much has yet happened. Yeah, and we have this position with knight and c7 on the board.
Yeah, now black has those two choices. You can there's still maybe some argument to be made for knight f6, bishop g4, because if white does play f3, we can take on a8, take on g4, and claim that we have some compensation for the exchange there, because we managed to at least break apart that very, very beautiful structure that white had in the center. But it is a full exchange. I mean, we shouldn't be saving this. Generally, this should not work. But I can definitely understand some argument for it. Or alternatively, you play rook d8 or rook f8, then you play b5, because if you don't play b5 very quickly, you're probably never actually capturing that knight on a8. You need to be able to stop knight a4. If you're allowed knight a4, the knight will just get out. So you play b5, and yeah, I think rook c1 is a very logical starting point, although you can start with knight c7 as well. Yeah.
All kinds of similar positions.
Yeah, the knight will not survive, but we will get a d5 pawn for it, and we will have this very advantageous structure where black has no counterplay and just tries passively to prepare as well as they can for the threats that will definitely appear at some point.
Those were a lot of words in a row. Demchenko.
Yeah.
I like that he makes the Petrov into an exchange French.
Yeah, I actually thought this was an exchange French, but it wasn't. Yeah, it was.
This is actually a serious line. Like I've seen Kazimchanov play this and other people. Why is not playing for a draw? It's just saying this extra tempo I have will be used to generate some initiative. In particular, this line with bishop g5 here, and then white breaks the symmetry with c4. It's not a bad line at all.
Yeah, and already after 65 and rook e1, yeah, the engine starts preferring this quite significantly for white, which is a bit surprising to me. It doesn't really look all that horrible, but I guess space is always space, so you're just not enjoying this very much with black, with the pawn on c5 encroaching on your territory.
Yeah, I think it continues. I think I've checked this once with maybe an even stronger engine than the one we have running. It wasn't all that clear. Might get some play here, but I think should f4 was the move. a5 is trying to put pressure on this construction from the other side, but I'm not sure how much pressure there is still. Because you can happily give all your bishops for the knights. White doesn't mind that.
Yeah, bishop a5, I don't quite, like, without a concrete reply to rook e3, I don't really understand why we're doing this. Maybe he wants to play rook e8 here and claim that allowing rook takes e3 is not great, and after rook e8, queen e8, he's back to
queen c2.
Yeah, he's back to threatening bishop takes d2, but queen c2 solves the pin problems quite comfortably. And yeah, we're ready to play rook e1 and start pushing.
All right, so Demchenko, as usual, bit of a hiccup in the first round, but since he won that one, he's looked unstoppable. Sample size, 1 game.
Correct. What else is there in terms
That's all there is. See you tomorrow.
Exactly.
Ayan Chopra has been chopping some pieces. I apologize. I take that joke back. It's lame in for Austin. Looks like this is not equal, is it?
Yeah, I thought black was completely fine, but yeah, king d2, king e3, and then perhaps f3, f4 is going to be quite annoying. And
Just have a mobile majority.
and the one open file on the board is actually very nicely controlled by white. Yeah, this is not that easy. Yeah, Ortik Nigmatov. How old is Ortik Nigmatov?
I know we can play a guessing game for every participant. Because let's face it, we're pretty ignorant other than the three people we happen to know.
Yeah. Yet another obviously promising player from Uzbekistan. Not their first string youngster, but still an international master, very solid. And so far, yeah, I think you should be happy with this position out of the rouser. It's some very, very old school theory. I remember this line.
This is the line the Cornish went for against Rapport, trying to get that endgame.
Something similar to this. Yeah, maybe this line exactly.
I think it was.
Yeah, somewhere around here it looked like that should be completely fine, but then things have gone a bit off the rail. I think, yeah, maybe he autopiloted a little bit too much, and e5 maybe was a bit too optimistic. But I did find a game for us to discuss, because we had a guest in the studio yesterday, certain Mr. Adiban, who is always a great presence and always a pleasure to talk to. I think today he actually went back to being a, well, not exactly. Yeah, I thought this was actually 1b3, but it was 5b3, which I think is a bit of a betrayal.
That doesn't. It was just a normal line, e3 and then b3. People do this.
Yeah, people do this very, very seriously. It did become quite interesting quite quickly, because instead of switching to something quote unquote normal, white just goes knight e2 and spends the next 5 moves shuffling this knight back and forth. Yeah.
That b3 knowledge comes in. So. It's a double attack. g6 jump in here. Yeah,
which is why c5, knight f5, bishop f8 was played, which is actually kind of interesting.
Do we have to go bishop d6?
Exactly, yeah. Knowing that knight e4 is very much on the agenda, you could definitely make an argument choosing different move order, perhaps just playing c5 straight away. But shockingly, even what Ajay Kartikeyan has done is also not that absurd, because you do lure it to f5 and then you just kick it away with g6.
Doesn't look too bad, actually.
Yeah. d4, g6, knight g3 played. And now you can maybe even develop it to g7 and be quite okay about it.
Let's still go here. But yeah, you have the long diagonal on g7. I don't know. It doesn't keep an eye on this guy.
Yeah, there's definitely drawbacks to having that bishop on the long diagonal in these types of hanging pawn positions.
What's going on here? Not that much. It's actually a normal position. Yes. Look cool by clicking through. I think it's Alapin theory, where, of course, there's a great new course by Rustam and Ganguly about how to deal with the Alapin. And I'm wondering if this line features. Not that much happening.
Not a great deal, no. Seems like a reasonably quiet Alapin in progress. Black probably needs to be a bit careful, but structurally, of course, you're doing very well. You have the bishop pair. You have a very solid kind of normal Sicilian structure. So as long as you can solve the immediate issues with white, having some jumps like knight b5 looks maybe slightly threatening, but you will just play rook b8, I suppose, and hope to finish development and be completely fine. And long-term, black could at some point start thinking about an advantage because of the bishop pair.
Even short-term, if I survive the next 3 moves, I'll be thinking I'm better now.
Yeah.
Right, continuing our search for fun-looking positions. Aravind against That is a good name. Ulia Fatalieva. What's happening here?
This doesn't look great for black.
It's one of these advanced Frenches where black plays very aggressively, but might get punished for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is how you're supposed to react to c4. It looks very, very risky, even though the engine does seem to be holding things together in the current position by very accurate play. The way it does it is extremely scary, though. After bishop f3, yeah, and bishop h5 check is a very good conclusion as well, provoking g6, which is generally, yeah, not an improvement to your chances. Yeah, and one way of like, if d4 is playable, you probably want to play d4 because you don't want to have your center blown up. But I did notice that the engine was suggesting bishop d6, g3, knight e7 was playable, which looks like it shouldn't be. But if it is, maybe you can also opt for that. And the reason I say it shouldn't be is, like, in a blitz game, I would instantly play bishop f4, bishop takes d6 here, and you know, kind of finish analysis here by saying, look at me having this majestic attack in the center, and black can't castle either side. But apparently this is not very much. The queen just returns to f6, and then black stabilizes. If bishop f4 isn't actually winning anything, then maybe you just play knight e7, you castle short next move, and you don't do that poorly.
You don't do that poorly. How are you doing?
Very
well. Are you sick?
Do I sound sick?
A little bit.
Yeah, I'm still shaking off a kind of a weird cold I got when last week I was home, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was then. So I'm hoping to be okay eventually.
Right. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Let us know. Let us know. Me and the 17 viewers, we're here to listen. Daniel Darda, where's he from? Is he Belgium?
I think so.
Say Belgian, right? Belgium. I think he's Belgian.
Yeah.
And he's not old.
No.
Those are the things we know. And we judge people by their age in this tournament. If you're above 21, we don't think you're a serious chess player. Those are the rules.
Those absolutely are the rules. He is, I think, completely fine here with black, but winning this game will potentially prove a bit difficult because of just how much material is. Yeah, how not better he is, and also just how much material has already come off. Not impossible, but yeah, should be a very, very level position here. There's a very fun, I assume, Catalan a couple of boards down from there in the game between Martin Kramer and Alexei Bilic. Do we know anything about this? Like, it looks like a position you might actually know, given up to these extreme depth of move 15.
This line I've never studied that carefully. This is this old classical, quote, Kramnik Topalov line, which Topalov played in their World Championship match. When was it? That's a famous match, I should know that. 2000. Was it 6? Was it 06? Yeah. Right. Yeah. But there, White played the quote direct try, takes queen g5.
Yeah,
which I guess computers aren't that scared of. There have been a bunch of games here, but it seemed like black was more or less holding. So they try other things. Knight a3. Did Vichy do this? I think this was maybe Vichy against Power. Anyway, I'm not a specialist in this particular line, so I don't think I've seen this position, but it looks very similar to even the old Vichy Topalov battles. And currently after f6, you can take your pen.
Yeah, this is a Vishy Topalov game, including up to knight a3 from 2010, and also Wang Yue played this against Kramnik in 2010. There haven't been very many recent high-level encounters, apart from a game from the December of last year, where Ivan Chepaninov tried this on the white side against Alexei Dreyev. But yeah, some games between strong players, but not the most popular line.
I think f6 might have been not the best move. Also, judging by the time used, Alexei Bilich was out of book here. Well, I would guess Martin Kremer was very diligent about openings. Still knew this here. Queen d6 seems to be the correct choice, after which usually a bunch of material disappears from the board when you take on c6. Well, after f6, white has this piece sacrificed, which seems good. bc, ab. Even though we're piece down, we're not too worried about the material disadvantage, because the knight on b8 really doesn't have any other prospects than sacrificing itself for these pawns. And while we pick up c4 and be better. How much better? It's not that obvious, actually.
Yeah, and actually all the way to d5, and queen d6 was played in that Anand Topalov game. So
yeah, it's well.
Your memory impeccable as always. I needed the crutch of the database tab on Chess24 to be sure of anything there.
I'm very impressed. Bobby Chang. Playing all the best tournaments, Bobby Chang. Thailand Open, this one, a man of fine taste. Playing the Najdorf, which is also a good opening. Seems to a good position. Must be nice to be Bobby Chang.
Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, doing quite well. And white had a number of opportunities to take on e7 along the way, and none of them were used. And now, in the current position, the option of taking on d5 and eventually playing bishop g5 does seem to be very attractive. And if you take with the queen, yeah, knight b6 here looks quite interesting, with the idea of putting it on c4 and then playing bishop g5 anyway. If anyone is better, it feels like it's black already.
This guy has somewhat fewer prospects, but
yeah,
still not game over. But
yeah, position remains solid, but you're not going to be having too much fun here with white once the rook gets to c5 and the bishop gets to g5, and you have to defend because you've ruined your king side quite a bit.
okay. You can pick one more game.
Oh, interesting, by the way. In Jordan's game, Jordan just straight up did not play f3. Jordan sort of agrees.
How does this happen? Yeah, bishop g4, didn't go f3, just went back.
The entire line appeared on the board, and I assume he thought for a bit and thought, yeah, I mean, a healthy extra pawn is actually easier to convert here than that exchange up position.
It's a matter of taste, but I can sort of understand it, because here, yeah, as you mentioned, black at least has some squares and some hopes. Yeah, so this is just a straight up Kaspa. We have one more pawn than we deserve, which should be easily winning.
Yeah, there definitely should be a position that you convert without too much trouble. Get the king to g3, play f3, and then choose whether you want to push in the center, or you can still go back to the minority attack. Yeah, plenty of.
Actually, with the knight here, it's already spearheading that attack, stopping the b5s. Yeah, I think I like this choice. Also, you can put a knight on c5 whenever you want.
Absolutely. We are now getting a pretty straightforward King's Indian attack in the game between Burak and Niemann. E4 was met by c5, and then knight c6 castles. And yeah, now there is a choice. In particular, now that we've played c3, takes d5 becomes a bit less attractive. Because I think it's not that you never played in those positions after e5, 95, but I think you try to postpone it, you try to be slightly clever about things, and just you can play e5, 97, and maybe even I mean, these are very classical positions. But once again, you've played c3 a bit too early. It feels like, right? You normally keep it on c2 in these types of positions because it just gives black a very comfortable hook to start creating counterplay on the green side. I think Hans should be quite happy with all of this.
Probably is. Mm-hmm. Should Yu Yang Yi be happy? What is going on here?
H4 with method H5.
He's one of these players. He's obviously an excellent player, but it's very hard for me to predict his moves. He just has a different style. I guess it's all just normal, but H3 allowing, and then knight g5, not reacting to c5 at all.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised, but it does look
d5.
It does look quite okay for white.
Yeah, no, it's clearly it makes sense what he's doing. Just
wouldn't have been
if I
my
didn't
first
know the
choice.
theory, like none of these moves would have occurred to me, like knight h3, knight g5, bishop takes, and knight bishop takes, maybe, and knight to d5. But it looks
in this position, it seems like black maybe missed an opportunity to do something very clever immediately, because the engine suggests going knight e6, and I'm pointing this out because of a very cute tactic that is involved here. After knight takes d5, if you try including bishop g7, you get hit with knight e3.
Switching to,
yeah, which is, I think, a motif which is useful to have in the armory, because yeah, this is immediately extremely good for black, of course, meaning that you get to take on c3 with check and spoil white's structure, because white will have to play like cd5, bishop c3, bc3, knight e5, and it's still a sharp position. I'm not sure it's that great for black, but it's definitely an option because we've traded off some pieces. We did create a weakness on the c file for us to play against. And just generally in these types of Morris structures, I think if you manage to offload some material, you're not unhappy about it.
looks fine to me, unless we get mated here.
Yeah,
which we might.
We might, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Rook e3 played by Demchenko. Demchenko's going to win. We heard it here first. We are going on a break because Peter keeps on insisting that we need to take breaks all the time. It's his fault, and he will apologize.
Absolutely, yeah. I put it in every rider I ever ride. What do you do with riders?
Rider.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
first of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses.
And we're back with the third round of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, where Johan van Foreest already has a winning advantage. Other than that, there's still all to play for on the top boards. We'll be covering the action with the, I think, 18, 19, 20 live DGT boards we have, choosing very randomly what we or you, dear viewers, consider interesting. Because Peter is avidly reading every word in the Twitch chat. Anything you say, he will think about, wonder if he should apologize or whatever you had to criticize. So Peter, have you been taking part in the activities? I saw there was like a cocktail cocktail making class early this morning. There
No,
was a
missed
Blitz
that.
tournament last night.
Yeah, the Blitz tournament was very efficiently organized, as far as I understand, because it perhaps because of the football started a bit late and finished a lot sooner than I would have anticipated. I think they were done by 2 a.m.
I don't like Blitz tournaments that already finish at 2 a.m. Like, that's when it gets interesting. Let's see if people can hang in there till 6 a.m.
Yeah, I think it was won by Anton Korbov as far
It was. Congratulations.
For whom obviously for Anton the night is extremely young at 2 a.m. so he is not going to be inconvenienced by any of that. There's, I think, also a Blitz tournament on the rest day, which might start at a slightly more.
Come to it. I agreed to be a full-fledged Argentina supporter in the finals. Isn't the rest day on the finals?
Yeah, but have they scheduled the Blitz to coincide with the football?
Probably not.
That is very, very poor scheduling.
No, probably they haven't.
Yeah.
So, are you playing on the rest day?
Possibly, yeah.
Oh,
why not?
I know you didn't play yesterday, so.
Yeah, that was because some extremely evil people plied me with drink and made me pretend I enjoy life. I hated every moment of that. That is
just not going to happen again.
Yes.
Your room, your Hearthstone, your thoughts are waiting for you tonight.
The thoughts in particular, yeah. I welcome all of the thoughts.
Sounds like you'll have a good time. And John, are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, it's been very nice so far. I mean, I think it's very nicely organized. The hotel is very comfortable. The weather, yeah,
today got better. My mood went up like 10,000 degrees with weather going up by 5 degrees. Sun.
Yeah, it's been sunny outside today. It's been, I really enjoyed the change. It's very welcome. So far, very happy that I'm here. Strong words.
There was a passionate speech.
Yes.
Brought with a big smile and conviction. Knight g4 played in the Jordan game. That doesn't threaten anything, does it?
Not really, no.
We can go here.
Yeah. Trying to, perhaps, more than even trying to attack anything, trying to stop white from getting the move f2, f3 in. But eventually, I think it will happen. Eventually, you will get pushed back and white will be able to play f3 and then start pushing with either g4 or e4.
Do we defend this, or is this knight h2? We go rook e1 and achieve something.
Yeah,
doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it.
I think the autopilot move here is rook f1. You could also just completely ignore the fact that the pawn is hanging, because, as we pointed out, rook f1 is very, very good reply to it. But I think you generally prefer not to have anything hanging, just to make sure that you don't blunder something stupid.
We see Ivanchuk walking through the frame. So Jorn, the young Dutchman, Magnus Carlsen helper in the last World Championship match, which gave me the privilege to spend a month with Jorn in Thailand, in Phuket. We had a good time. Much better time than we want Peter Heine to think we had.
Is that an important part of all of those equations? Just kind of.
Look, because the setup in Team Carlsen in the World Championship matches was played in Dubai, and Peter Heine is there on site. And it's his job to communicate with us, the idiot seconds, that you have somewhere remotely, who are working around the clock, of course, to make sure the next game is prepared properly. And Peter Heine is very worried that we don't work around the clock or have any fun or food during the event. So it's very important not to give that impression. And if you do, he tells you all these stories about back then in Team Vichy, we used to not sleep for 3 weeks in a row. And then we start saying, but was that efficient? Doesn't the work quality go down by never sleeping? He says, but your work is shit and you seem to be sleeping. So it's always a tough debate to win.
Yeah, I remember that some very fun conversations we had after the Kramnik-Deco match was over, and
yeah, both teams didn't seem to. Kramnik-Deco, sorry.
Yeah, and there was some sort of definitely a hint of a measurement contest going on, because somewhere around 2 a.m. one of the TV channels that was on offer in the hotel we were all staying in, which is already actually kind of unusual, because I think it wasn't
the same hotel.
Yeah.
We were on the same floor, no?
No, I don't think we were on the same floor, but we were in the same hotel. And
you were on Team Kramnik, just
yeah, I was on Team Kramnik, but Team Leko was I think Kachev, Akapian, and Alexander Bidavsky was, I think, maybe he definitely did a lot of consulting prior to the match, but I don't think he was there. So somewhere around 2 a.m. they would start showing Beavis and Butthead on TV.
Yes.
Which of course you immediately switch on and watch. And I remember we had these conversations with like Vladislav Tkachev afterwards, and like the usual starting question was, but obviously you watch Beavis and Butthead, but they would kind of watch Beavis and Butthead and go to sleep, whereas we would continue analyzing something until like 5 or 6, and then have like 3 hours of sleep, and then reconvene at the headquarters room at about like 9:30 and go back to trying to wonder mate in some forcing martial variation.
Yeah, but real talk, is that a good strategy? Like,
I'm
I
not
think
sure.
they got a little obsessive, especially also in this, in general on Team Vichy as well, but in this Kramnik versus Anand match, where I also heard stories from both sides about nobody ever sleeping, and Kramnik saying, okay, I'm not gonna check on you every night, but I will check once in a while if you're still working at 5 a.m. And he did. And people were working, but
Yeah.
it's a long match. No, obviously you got to do the work. Maybe it's a little easier nowadays because engines are stronger and you can prepare watertighter repertoires beforehand and so on. But I'm not sure if this approach to not sleep for a month is very effective.
Yeah, it wasn't clear then, and also, I mean, specifically for Kramnik in those years, I think he would have done better generally if he just absolutely justifiably would just sort of, instead of an additional 10 repetitions of the Petrov theory, or digging down into some anti-martial which Leko played in the previous game and will never play again, if he could just tell himself at the end of every evening, I'm a very, very strong chess player, I can play a chess position I've never seen before and be okay at it. I think in his particular case it's extremely true, and would have done a world of good, but wasn't the approach then.
He also didn't sleep much, I guess. No,
no, slightly more than us, but not
not
a lot.
3 hours, but probably probably not 9 either. EG4, Yu Yi.
Yeah, he's going for the throat here because a 4 is a very
committal choice. Apparently it's good. F4, F5. Once again, this pawn on H5, which looks nice, but it makes the construction more vulnerable to this push.
And seems like we're probably playing F5 and just launching something very, very direct. And as I watch the ticker on my screen, it seems like if black takes GF, which appears to be maybe even the only move, the plan here is to take with the rook and then just leave it there. Basically, like if it gets attacked, it's not leaving. After bishop d7, there are some suggestions of moves like even queen f1 was mentioned in some positions I saw, and here seems like we are very happy in many cases just to be sacrificing this exchange on f5. So Yuan Yi playing very directly, going to be an interesting sharp fight. Yeah, this in particular was kind of curious. Just saying, we have completely entombed this bishop on g7, and we will continue having a very strong attack on the king's side. Knight on d5 is unbelievably powerful, cannot really be challenged. Just, I think once you see this position, you realize why the engine likes it.
Now we see Yuan Yi wearing the mask. Halfway.
Not anymore, yeah. Mask technique perhaps leaves a little bit to be desired, but
No, I'm not. I'm not sure, because as you can see from the camera and us, most players, actually, I say not a master, but most players, are choosing not to wear masks. But the Chinese team, they also wore masks throughout the World Team Championship they had recently. It could be that just Chinese athletes, they're supposed to do it when they appear anywhere.
It's very possible.
Because it doesn't look like he's too concerned about having the mask cover the whole face there. So maybe it's just a requirement that he has to wear it.
Yeah, on board too, we do have a kind of a typical King's Indian attack, but with both c3 and d4 played, it feels like the counterplay will start very quick.
Yeah, 8, c8. White still needs to do the 15 moves that Fischer used to play, and even that is not exactly mate usually.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised Firat chose to play d4 on move 12. It didn't really feel like you absolutely had to. You could have, I think, very safely continued playing on the king side with h4, knight h2, knight g4.
I'd like to play d4.
Yeah, but I think we're generally slightly happier about this than the other way around. Not sure. Yeah. I mean, he clearly, like d3, d4, I think very heavily intimates that he was trying to stop that from happening. But if I have to choose between this and that, I think I'm probably choosing black playing d4 and us just ignoring it.
All right.
What
else is there?
Yeah, the chat actually wanted the game you've just picked out, the game of Yegis Kani Erdognus.
He's 11.
Yeah. Potential youngest grandmaster candidate. He already is an international master. I don't know how many norms he has, but he is still 11. So if he has an exceptional year, maybe he beats all the records.
What's the current record? That's this
12 and something, right? Mishra got it slightly faster than I want to say compatriot, but I don't want to say compatriot there. Current record stands at 12 years, 4 months, and 25 days.
Right. That was with the norms in Budapest, right? The other one was in Alushta.
Yeah. So yeah, still some time for Erdognus there. They're both playing sort of slower than I expected, but faster than I think Kirill, for instance, is capable of. I think Kirill, with the first, I think 8 moves being very, very mainline theory, is entirely capable of having like 37 minutes left by move 11.
It's not ideal. You should fix that.
Yeah, but as we know from other illustrious players who've had this problem throughout their careers, it's not something that is as easily fixable as you would suspect.
Yeah. I noticed it recently. Like completely it on all levels, but after not having played tournament chess for 3 years, I was just sitting there really, and you try calculating something, and it doesn't matter. I should just play a move, but the time ticks. You spend half an hour, you think about some position, you're not happy, you change your mind. It's surprisingly a hard habit to shake, because I didn't just do it once, I did it a couple of times.
Yeah,
I know it's completely wrong, but sometimes you can't force the hand to just make a move.
Yeah, it's, I think, particularly very closely connected with how confidently you're playing. Yeah. Because if you don't trust the calculations, you just go around in circles. And yeah, you know rationally that the correct way to do is just to give up and make a move, because it's probably not going to be horrible.
Yeah, but you don't do it.
Yeah, but you just continue calculating, and very often you will actually convince yourself to do something incredibly stupid.
No, especially if you take more than whatever it is, 15, 20 minutes, which sometimes is worth taking to try to figure stuff out. But once you reach that 30-minute mark and you start your third circle, very often is what happens. After 45 minutes, you think about a move you haven't thought about for a second.
And just make it immediately.
Oh, okay, I go there, and then he goes there, and that doesn't look so bad, and you blitz it out, which obviously Normally it's a terrible move to have. So yeah, don't do it, but it's much easier said than done.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Kirill does that. I think he just plays slowly because he likes to think about stuff, but it doesn't look like he does it out of lack of confidence or being on tilt or whatever. But it's still not ideal.
Yeah, for him, I think it's very much just how he plays. Yeah. It's even when he's playing extremely well, he will still play slowly because that's how he's conditioned to do it.
So this position, yeah, we mentioned earlier, instead of this b6 is h6, a5. Have a look where white goes, and then typically switch to knight e4, f5, g5 plans. This has become a thing, and yeah, I don't think either side has done anything wrong. I would guess this position is still has been played before.
Yeah,
it's not a bad stonewall, as Magnus said in his Chess24 stonewall course. The best stonewall you get out of Catalans, normally where you make these moves and then you later go knight e4, f5.
Yeah. You could also, and this is what they do quite a bit these days, you can also start with g5 to make playing knight e5 slightly. No, I mean, even the line we're discussing, yeah. Knight b2. We can go g5, bishop b3, f5 to make white relinquish at least some control over the e5 square. If you want to play knight e5, you'll have to take with the pawn. It's still very playable though, so I don't know if it's good or not. Compared to some of the other, like there were some very high-profile games where Black played for this g5 f5 setup.
Yeah, Magnus must have.
I don't like this one as much as I like those. Is this
also, hang on, that's
96, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's in this position, but this maneuver certainly has been seen.
Yeah, but I think specifically
effective if it hits the c4.
Exactly. Yeah, that was my feeling as well. That against knight d2 it probably works less well because nothing is hanging on the queen side and we have time. But honestly, this is of all the options, this is the one I like the most. Yeah.
Here you go g5, and then bishop goes back to f5. Here, I think I've seen it, although I'm not sure why. Maybe it's not.
Yeah.
Either way,
we'll see. It's a sharp position. You have to assume white is choosing between knight d2 and knight c3 because really no other move makes nearly as much sense. Maybe the immediate knight e5, but it looks a bit iffy.
Yeah, it could be.
Still playable, yeah. Nothing particularly wrong with it, just yeah, feels maybe slightly less topical.
What shall we see? Is Jordan still on track?
Yeah, Jordan's doing very well.
Okay, one, set it for c5. Like is trying to generate a bit of counterplay here, but I guess will cost him to.
Yeah, it's just not fast enough because yeah, you can pick up the pawn on g2, but then yeah, it's specific. E1. Yeah, it's specifically king e1, but king e1 is a very efficient way of protecting everything, sidestepping the pins along the second, and you're just not going to generate any threats, and you've completely ruined your queen side. So yeah, that probably isn't a good option.
What else? Sit passively and wait until you lost in 20 moves when I finish my whatever I'm going to do, minority attack. Don't be a pawn down in the Casper structure, I think.
Yeah, that is
advice.
A very sound piece of advice there, for sure. I'm guessing Yuan Gi is the game too. I mean, Black hasn't really made a decision here yet, so it's nothing happened since we last discussed it, but it does look like the game that is the most likely to explode into some kind of action.
When f5.
So the threat currently is, I guess, just very simply FG 96, right? And this is why I'm just trying to figure out why the engine insists that GF5 is the only way to even continue. Everything else apparently just straight up lost.
27, where is that threat?
Yeah, and it's not even lost by force. It just says queen d3 and you're busted because you don't really have any play against what white will eventually start doing on the king side.
It's surprising because the black pieces don't look so
Yeah.
misplaced. They're all in normal squares, more or less.
Yeah, that was also somewhat shocking, just how much it hates this. But you can see it's not going well. Yeah, like it's still. I wouldn't have guessed it's plus 2.5 as our engine currently tells us, but you can see it's not going well for black.
Playing against Ernesto Fernandez, not the Spanish Grandmaster. Apparently, there's many Ernesto Fernandezes in the chess world.
Yeah, there have been some, not that many, but there were some mentions of it in chats. Perhaps we should speak about this for a moment, because apparently Magnus played against Fabi yesterday in the Speed Chess Championships.
Did pretty well, no? 22-4
with zero losses.
Fabi.
With zero losses along the way. Yeah, that is
on
quite
11 in a row.
Quite remarkable. Yeah, I mean, we know he starts as a favorite, but this is still, unlike much I've seen in the contest between people of that strength.
No, he's been ridiculously dominant over the last couple blitz matches he played, also in the Dodgy tournament. He had this 7-0, 7-4, 7-1 streak in the finals. I don't know what it was. It was also by a big margin against Daniel, 6.5, 2.5 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then, against Gukesh, it was 21-7 or something like that. But of course, 22-4 versus Fabi, who came within a tiebreak or a move or two in the classical to be classical world champion some years ago. Has been. Now, it's no longer so clear, but more or less over the last decade, I would say, the number 2 in the world by people's estimation.
Yeah, definitely occupies that spot in a lot of people's internal rankings, even though he's clearly not had the most stellar second half of 2022. And
no, in general, since the start of the pandemic, or you could argue if you wanted to armchair psychology, since losing the match to Magnus in 2018, he hasn't been as stable as he used to be. But no one has any doubts what a fantastic player he is. And when we did candidates predictions, I still thought Fabi was the favorite, especially with his prep and so on. And it looked good there during the first half as well. But he couldn't land the plane, as we know. Anyway, 22-4. I think one thing about Fabi, which you also sometimes see in these rapid events or in the Grand Chess Tour back in the days, that if things don't go well, he stops caring. Not saying that if he cared, he would have won the match. But once he thinks he no longer has a chance, I don't think it matters to him if he loses 22-4 or I don't know.
And honestly, I think it's a very human reaction. I think I would be. It's very hard for me to judge, because judges be sharply critical of this, because I think it's you also get you get very groggy. It's not a very pleasant feeling.
Punch wrong, and the guy sits there. Magnus, relentless, of course, keeps making good moves quickly, and you're not going to win. No, but it's been impressive how he's dominating. These aren't slouches. He's completely destroying.
Yeah. So that was quite impressive, and I thought it was worth mentioning. Whereas, we're still waiting for Ernesto Fernandez to make a move here, but he is not going to be enjoying this game very much. It feels like
looks like he's having a good time sitting there thinking.
Yeah, but
chess, it's always fun and interesting.
I think, very few people, despite, I don't know, maybe some people would make that claim. I don't even know if some people would, but I don't know, maybe Korchnoi would be the one name I could come up with as somebody who perhaps actually enjoyed defending more than attacking, in particular with extra material. But even that is a bit of a stereotype, I think.
I think he enjoyed winning, and he did what he had to do.
Exactly, it's a bit like it's part of the lore that he is this pawn grabber and then tenacious defender. Whereas I think he just mainly liked winning chess games. But yeah, the feeling of being under direct mating attack is not very enjoyable in general. And it also appears that the attack here is sort of entirely correct, justified, and very strong. So yeah, you feel stressed. You don't enjoy this normally.
I think Ernesto Fernandez having a great time, but he's probably just it's a bit odd, and it comes back to this. To Yu Yang Yi, it seems natural, and he's once again correct. But a lot of these moves, I would find tough to play. Like even here, F4, knight EG4, and F5, and judge that this is so strong, giving up that square. Like I played B4.
Yeah, playing on the queen side here would be entirely justified. Yeah, but instead he just goes in and, as we said, just seems to be correct, seems to be very strong. GF5 played, by the way.
Played.
Yeah, so well played to the young man, because I do not think it's such an easy decision here, because you are sort of helping white continue to blow up your king side. So very good sort of awareness there by Ernesto that it's an ugly move. It's not a move you like making, but it's required, so he's making it.
Good.
Yeah.
Where's Yu Yang Yi? It's your move.
He'll be back.
No. That's Ivanchuk.
That is Ivanchuk. Yeah.
There he is. Finally.
Yeah, he is wearing a very stylish coat.
Yu Yang Yi?
Yeah.
That suit looks like, no?
Yeah. I don't know why I went all American on you there. I've seen people use coat in that context, and it's always kind of stuck in my craw, honestly. I don't know why I did that.
Please don't do that again.
I will endeavor not to.
What else do we have? This looks exciting. Grigoryan against Kevin Go. Isn't the black king a little?
Yeah, this is not fun, but also I wanted to ask you, does D3 look like, would you put it on D3, or would you put it sort of further back? Because I would like to
reflex. I would go bishop B1 to rook E3 or whatever.
Exactly, yeah, that was
0-4.
Because I understand maybe 95 is coming and you're not going to get the chance to play rook E3, rook E5, but
yeah, also bishop C4 could be useful. I don't think it's a good decision.
Yeah.
My instinct was, which is wrong.
Yeah, apparently bishop D3 is absolutely the best move here, and Karen is on point.
Is it Karen or Karen?
We will never know.
So how did we get this? Maybe I should learn something about this line. I think I checked this. And yeah, you were supposed to take on C3 first.
To make sure B takes C3 happens.
Yeah, to make sure C1 is done. And 26.
And we want to go bishop G7 and castle long. Yeah, we're.
Who knows who's better and why? It's nice. But I wasn't thrilled about it from the white perspective, so I think I still focused on
the line G2
this when I was looking for white. But in the game here, yeah, now rook C1 makes more sense than after king F2. Maybe he got it mixed up the move order, because it looks like he's making the right moves, just in the wrong order. No, he's just worse, I would guess. No, right?
Yeah, this is an active rook, which makes it difficult to.
7, we start hitting your pawns.
He actually sort of recovered reasonably well, because this really doesn't look at all good. But the queen b3, queen d6.
Yeah, b5. It's tempting as well.
Yeah, the engine does like bishop b5 here. I guess after bishop d7 you have to have a okay. There is a very straightforward explanation for why it loves it so much. You just go after material and just win some pawns.
Crushing.
Yeah.
No, bishop d3 also looks pleasant. No, 97 not less. This black gets a little bit of stability.
Yeah, you still of course prefer white, but it's an improvement. And f5 just here, yeah, f5 is a very
also just by hand I would never play f5 opening the position here further. Not sure what you do. This has b6 or h4. Especially b6 looks more logical to me.
Yeah, b6 trying to play bishop b6, I suppose. Yeah, or bishop b7, and perhaps get the king over to b8, and once again, that if that happens, you feel a lot safer about your situation. Yeah, f5 is a very loose kind of a move, because your king on e8 is now feeling even less secure, and you're still not really solving that problem.
Yeah, should d3 plate, and Black is thinking also down to 26 minutes, which I'm not sure how active Kevin Go is these days, but I'm assuming he's also not playing all the time. And then, yeah, time can run out fast in these sharp positions. Doesn't look ideal for him.
It feels like it will be difficult for him to hang on here. Yeah, position is dangerous. He's also almost an hour behind on the clock, and all of these things are
150 points low rated, so there's a lot of things working against him. Any other games we should go to? Any people's favorites out there that we haven't covered yet? What's the chat saying anyway? You're not sharing their thoughts with me. I might have to get my own chat here.
People are discussing the potential match we did not get. People are discussing the World Championship match between Fischer and Korchnoi. And there are some very strong, very
Fischer
strong
Korchnoi.
opinions.
So that's after Fischer beat Karpov, or what? When were we supposed to get Fischer and Korchnoi?
Maybe if Korchnoi wins the 74 final candidates, or sort of history revision going on here a little bit.
So the chat is saying if Korchnoi had beaten, how did Karpov qualify? They played a match, right?
Yeah, I think they played the
Korchnoi had beaten Karpov in that first match they played, and then Fischer would have played.
Yeah, and to my shock, there are some people opining in chat that Korchnoi would have been extremely well positioned in that match against Fischer, which
Fischer did pretty well back then. No?
Yeah, it's specifically very interesting to me, because I almost never see our chats be anything but stoutly pro Fischer in all of these conversations. Like Fischer beating absolutely everybody in chat is well, obviously Fischer will beat everybody in our chats in most cases, but like they generally support it. Yeah, well, yes, still.
Camera zooming in on Hans Niemann.
Oh,
is that the biggest American talent since Fischer? Did he proclaim himself as such, or there was something something stated like that? But I'm not sure if it's coming from him. So I read it somewhere. Probably he didn't say it.
Yeah, I don't know.
He came dressed up for the game.
Yeah, he really is going for the.
He seems to enjoy the.
I'm not even there.
The intention of the cam as well.
Yeah. The old using the hat as decoy ploy that I don't know if it's working as well as intended when there's a name tag and the official pairings and everything in the camera.
Also, he's not exactly a complete unknown in the chess world anymore, so it won't be easy to hide over the board. Well, let's not forget. A big statement. But he's a 19-year-old man, kid, whatever you want to say. There's quite some stuff happening in his life. No matter what you opine, what has happened, but it must be stressful to be Hans.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's very like it's unlike anything I've ever experienced. Yeah, it's very difficult for me to imagine how it must be. But
you were never allegedly accused of foul play and then sued every one of the alleged accusers for $400 million. Is what you're saying?
But just generally, the amount of public scrutiny for somebody this young and this, I would assume, unprepared for it, is really, really, I think, difficult to manage. Even without getting into the specifics, you know, the famous specifics of it all. It's just to suddenly find yourself, you know, being the most talked about thing in the chess world is difficult, I would assume.
No, so I don't know Hans at all really, but judging from even before all hell broke loose in the Sinquefield Cup, he had these very up and down and mercurial interviews where you could, or it looked like he was going through something and moods and so on. And then if you multiply the attention by 100,000, like it can't be easy.
Yeah.
To deal with once again, no matter what you think went down. But there's always Sitges, play a nice little chess tournament.
Yeah, and talking about Hans, he's done something interesting here because White played Bishop G5 a moment ago, sort of telegraphing that the pawn on C5 is hanging, and it was just left on prise, with not a care in the world. You take C5, and the knight will just go somewhere. I wonder if it's 97 or knight C4. Yeah, I'm not sure I like this. It feels like you're giving White a little bit too much freedom to do stuff, but this is what he opted for.
Looks all right. I learned from the excellent book My System that you should attack a pawn chain at its base.
Oh,
that's here. So you go A3, and then the whole chain crumbles. I'm not sure if you knew that, but you're not supposed to be attacking.
Entirely unaware.
Here on top, you have to do, whenever there's a pawn chain, this is the only plan. You need to put one pawn on B4, the other on C5, and then one on A3 to make contact. Hans clearly read his system. Otherwise, how would he know?
All true. Let's take a look at DC5 for a second there, because it seems to be okay, but I'm honestly a bit surprised about this, because, like, let's say C takes B4 here. I guess not.
Schematic move will still be A3.
Yeah, but then
according to my system, but
B5 C6 might be a bit stronger.
White might have gotten the new pawn chain. So we take?
Yeah, and I want to play Queen D2 there and ask a question.
It's a bold strategy, Peter.
Let's see if it works out for me. Knight A6 or something.
Doesn't look too scary, does it? We get our pawn back and we have a good structure.
Honestly, I'd feel quite okay about this with White, because I would think that, you know, I now have the D4 square for my knight. The other one could still go like H2, G4 and pretend I have something on the king side. I have the C file for my rooks. I'm a bit surprised by this. I didn't think it was necessary. Like my main, not concern, but the question is, couldn't we just do this in a more conservative fashion after Bishop G5? Did we have to give White?
Also, we go here. We're better. Okay, this is the better square for the pawn falls anyway. Just reading the screen. I'm on board with this, but you're saying just, I don't know, will be unthinkable and don't attack the pawn chain in its base, like something like this?
Yeah, something like this would have been sort of the standard approach, right? We just do this. We eventually play H6, force that trade, and then we have a very serious amount of play on the queen side.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, interesting option A4. It's just, I think it would have been difficult if I had this position with black. It would have been difficult for me to settle on it, because I would feel that I'm giving White a lot of, you know, sudden squares to play with, and not even sure. Like, I would need to check that I can even win that pawn back after you take C5, and that is not like immediately obvious. Seems to be working out.
Yeah. Speaking of working out, have you been to the gym here?
I finally located where the gym is, and it's you were not lying. It's not very impressive.
Yeah, there's not much stuff.
Yeah.
So
how
will we keep our impressive physiques in shape?
I do not know. I think it's impossible. I think we have to give up. Goodbye, incredibly impressive physics.
What happened here? Did he go 95? Yeah, he went 95.
He went 95, and Kirill.
Conservative choice.
Yeah. And bishop takes e4,
Hmm.
which is an interesting little detail there, because I think bishop takes e5 was potentially a bit of a draw for, but the young Turkish player is clearly uninterested in that, because I think the machine might want to play f6 and g5 here, and so might the human player as well. And this is just there's a 5 there. Okay, I'm blind. I thought bishop b4 was just an immediate draw here with queen e4, but yeah, that loses a full piece to f5 and you just resign. Okay, ignore that.
We went bishop e4. Now de4, I guess, lose the pawn. Because his knight g4 was interesting here, to have the knight a little more active once you build that stonewall. Frankly, makes a lot of sense. But Kirill went back. So repeat that position.
Yeah.
f5, knight c3. Still standard stuff for these structures, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just so difficult for me to assess whether this is a good stonewall or not, and what really constitutes a good stonewall.
I'm a bit surprised. Maybe he had to do it, but knight c3
hasn't happened on my screen.
He hasn't played it. Just me. I was going to say that's the wrong route for the knight, but if he didn't play it, then I maybe shouldn't blame him for it. This looks 4-1.
Yeah, aiming it towards f3
is not an issue. Go here.
Yeah, aiming it towards f3 does seem to be more logical, because from c3 it really doesn't go anywhere at all, so it's not the best square. Jordan chose, interestingly, not to go after the b7 pawn straight away. He went 91, which is also completely fine.
Doesn't want to give any points.
Yeah, says you thought you had counterplay, think again. I can just protect everything and then go knight c5 anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, slower, because black can now sit with knight d6, but sooner or later he will crawl out. King e2, f3, king f2, knight comes back, and he will win. Yeah. Must be nice. Why is Demchenko still playing?
Yeah, he's been slacking today.
He's better at this rookie 195.
Yeah, certainly is. Yeah, that would be one approach. The other one would be to just play 3 before and also be quite significantly better, I assume. But no, yeah, both look very promising.
It's a good line, which you can use to both play against the Petrov and against the French. So you're feeding two birds with one
scone.
That's what you say now, right?
Yes. I think it's actually scone.
Scone?
I think there is no U sound in there. Before all of my northern friends correct me.
That's just some very dry baked product.
Yeah.
Do two birds enjoy that?
I'm not sure. I think you have to crumble it into very, very small particles before the birds can really get it.
All right.
Yeah. Kevin is supposedly okay now for some reason. I don't quite understand how we got to here from there.
How did he get this okayness? He went h4, spicing it up further. GH. And bishop c4 apparently was a little slow because you're being pushed back with b5. There were other options.
Yeah, I guess b5 was just such an optically unattractive move that Karen didn't really feel like he needed to worry about it. But it's good because it allows black to. It allows black, in particular, if you go back, allows black to finish development. And now after bishop b6, queen c2, you can finally maybe connect the rooks. Like king f7, rook g8 doesn't look
so bad even by eye test.
Yeah, suddenly looks quite unclear. Yeah.
Is there anything to happen? So yeah, bishop c4 maybe a little too subtle. This looks like a good maneuver. He wants queen a3 as well, which I don't know if what do you
can
think of queen a3?
Yeah, I think it's understandable because I think the endgame is going to be quite annoying for black with a knight landing on f4 and the weaknesses being quite difficult to hold. But in general, you want something more. Like this looks like a nice endgame, but you would still perhaps be looking for a way to play aggressively against the king on e8. So it wouldn't have been my first choice.
Yeah. And of course, he played king f7, good move. He only has these 21 minutes, but sometimes now it's clear where the pieces are going. Now it's also much easier to make moves.
Yeah, no, this is a major
break out of
improvement.
this funk of I have all these big decisions to make earlier on, and just start making moves. Chess gets much easier. I don't understand anything about the computer line. Is this bug? I don't know. It's true. Yeah, queen d2. Bishop takes a2. That's its first line.
Yeah.
Covering.
Get out of here.
b3, you go h3, of course.
Of course, yeah. Obviously.
Very clear. 25.
Yeah.
Just standard play. 0-0.
And after bishop takes f5, we just go a7.
Yeah, now we go a5.
Yeah.
What is there to say? It's just a different game in such positions. Like, there's nothing to do with.
Yeah. No, this is just legitimately very funny, this entire line. And in particular, like rook d3, bishop b1 would be a very nice conclusion to the whole line here.
Oh yeah.
Of course, bishop b1 here, and then we give a perpetual on those two squares, yeah,
and draw.
And draw. Because of course it is. Queen d2, by the way, on the board. I will lay like any odds against bishop takes a2.
I'll take 1,000.
Sure. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, if you had an hour and a half here and I think the biggest barrier to playing bishop takes a2 is the move has to occur to you.
Yeah, like it might occur to you for a second, then you see b3, and then you move on.
Yeah, I think you're done. Yeah, this is exactly what happens there. You think, pawn is hanging, then no, not really, and then you start looking at other stuff. In particular, because bishop d5 is completely fine.
I'm looking for reasons now to make this work, but you don't spot b4. You go for it.
No. And once again, if bishop takes a2 was the only solution and everything else borderline lost, then maybe. But bishop d5 is a move you generally even maybe want to play, and it's okay. So why not just play bishop d5 and continue playing solidly?
I know. Kevin taking his time. He's seen that pawn.
We'll see.
This game we were very interested in earlier, and then we just abandoned it. Because we have goldfish-like memories.
Yes, that is exactly it. And it appears to be going kind of pear-shaped for the
badly.
Uzbeki youngster. Yeah, BC followed by queen d2 is really, really unimpressive. And
c2.
Yeah. And now the engine just suggests here, just dropping it back to g6, putting it on e5. You do have to calculate a little bit because queen takes a7 followed by bishop takes e4 would be quite strong, but rook b2 is very, very good here. And yeah, if this doesn't work out tactically, you kind of know this is the correct approach. I'm still not entirely sure because if we go back to knight g6, queen a7, rook b2.
Also knight g6, I don't know, isn't on the hand, maybe there's rook b1. The hand wants it. Anyway, here.
Yeah, after rook b2, queen a3 seems like a logical choice. And yeah, it goes queen b6 and doesn't take on c4. And this is what I wanted to. You just, yeah, like takes knight e5 and then c4 check. And we're actually once again launching a mating attack. Engines are a little bit too strong.
They're not fair. Okay, Kevin.
Make Jan some money.
We only defined the 1,000 to 1.
Yeah.
Actually, not the amount.
Well, I mean, it has to be at least 1,000 in it for you, right? They're not betting pennies.
I'm excited.
I'm about to win €1. Yep. Thank you, Kevin.
Oof, hang on. I'm not sure. I think the rook was already moving when you said, "Yeah, I'm about to win €1." Like we'll need the VAR. The rook was already in the air. Yeah. Do I have a euro after the replay? We'll switch to the VAR and switch to commercials. When we come back, we'll have figured out if I have to pay out one of my hard-earned euros. See you in a couple minutes.
I like this very much.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Where did it set up? Oh, sorry. Welcome back, everybody. I was commenting on this. We are covering the third round of the Sitges International. Hang on, I got it wrong. Chessable, Sunway, Sitges International, not
Very
Sitges
important.
International Chessable, Sunway Festival. So there are moves being played on chessboards, Peter. Which of these moves on which of these chessboards have caught your attention?
There's some interesting positions, but I think it's a kind of a blink and you'll miss it situation on board one. So perhaps we should return to the UNG game because I think he might be.
Oh,
whoa. Okay.
stuff happening.
Stuff happened quite a bit, and apparently things at some point stopped being so clear. E5 was the choice here from Ernesto Fernandez Guyen, and takes bishop e3 seems entirely logical from the Chinese grandmaster. Knight
Correct,
takes,
according to Compi.
yeah, knight takes e4, and in this position, bishop takes h5 is apparently just completely and utterly winning, as is supposedly knight e4 and rook h5. But instead, he made a move which I thought was also very, very logical, the move bishop d3, trying to just take on h5 and deliver mate. But now, after both queen d7 and particularly queen c8, for some reason, queen c8 is much stronger than queen d7, which I would struggle to explain if I had to, without some time to try and figure out the details. The game is very much still in progress.
So if we take, we just lose. Rotates. Queen h5 is coming.
Yeah, this doesn't look like it should be.
It's really one small tactical window where we can hit the rook, and white doesn't have a very convenient way to deal with it.
Yeah, I was also a bit before I saw what the machines were suggesting. I was a bit interested in the move knight g3 because I couldn't refute it straight away. But I guess maybe even rook f7 is winning. Rook f3 is just immediately
F3.
Yeah. Yeah, rook f3 and then queen f3, and you actually get mated despite.
Right, here we just take. No,
bishop takes, I think, is what it. Yeah, bishop takes is the only move that wins, but it apparently wins on the spot because you either lose this knight or you get mated on the king side with queen h7 being more or less unstoppable.
Even this line, like I can read it, but it's still complicated. Okay, I guess you have a feeling you have enough attackers.
Yeah, it's only an exchange. We haven't really given up here nearly enough to be worried. But in some other lines, yeah, you could definitely start becoming a bit uncertain. So let's try and figure out what the difference between queen d7 and queen c8 is, because it's just slightly mind-boggling. Because queen c7 looks more logical, honestly. You're connecting the rooks. You're protecting f7, maybe for some future positions in which it might be relevant.
So let's start with that. Then white goes rook to f1. We go knight g3 now. Rook f3 loses its strength, I guess.
Because queen g4 is now an option, but yeah, bishop f2 apparently is very strong.
Hitting it is good.
Okay, so this is we will continue from here. Neither fun.
Check first.
Check first is even stronger. Queen h5 is also good, but check first is just this pretty much made. Yeah, so this is the best place solution from white against queen d7. Why doesn't it work against queen c8 is, I guess, the big question. So now after rook f1, whoa, that is quite cute. We can take on g5 now.
Why couldn't we with the queen on d7?
Because after bishop f5 we would lose. I think it's mainly to do with the fact that bishop f5 here can be met with bishop d7. Yeah, this is
who can calculate that?
No.
That's
No.
not human.
so
It's
the,
such a small detail.
Yeah.
No, chess is so weird. Queen d7 looks better in every line.
absolutely.
You need this
So
block.
yeah, so basically what happens is you start calculating queen d7, you get to rook f1, you try calculating knight takes g5, you realize bishop f5 exists, and after knight e6, queen takes h5, you actually get mated. Even that is not immediately obvious, but okay, you convince yourself you get mated here. And then maybe the thought comes to you.
Also here you, of course, understand that after rook f2.
Yeah, like, of course,
you
understand
lose.
this. Yeah, this is being...
No, you could see a super strong player maybe coming to this, but also not every time, I think.
No, this is very, very difficult.
Close to inhuman.
Yeah, very, very difficult. If this is the reason, yeah, the sequence you need to figure out. Even finding why queen d7 is bad in this line is not at all easy.
Also, the starting point is you have to spot that instead of losing, you can actually attack this rook and prolong the game. Even one of these two moves happening is not a given. But I guess queen d7, once you've ruled out everything else, you can play. But then to reach queen c8.
Yeah, Ernesto has, I think this position has been on the board for a while. So I think when bishop d3 was played, he had maybe like 30 to 35 minutes. He has now played queen b7. Yeah, cannot really a decision.
That's the good human player move.
This decision cannot be criticized. It's a very decent decision. And yeah, if you find queen c8, you give yourself so many stars. You're just, it's one of the more impressive feats of calculating you can do, just spotting that option. Rook f1, the only thing that actually gives white anything.
This just doesn't work. Queen g4 always saves today. Or e4.
Yeah. So rook f1 is straight up the only way to play for advantage here for white. And knight g3 now is absolutely the only move, because as we've established, knight g5 would be completely fine if not for the fact that bishop f5.
Jiang is probably no, I don't know if he's seen all this. Like, given that he played bishop d3, which is not ideal, he might have missed queen d7. No, I think that's almost like
I don't know. Maybe. But I think a good thing for Yuengi here is that he really does not have much of a choice after queen d7. So he will be. I think it's likely he makes the best moves simply because they kind of need to be made. Nothing else makes much sense. Yeah, Machine's second line is this.
This is not happening. This doesn't even look good for white.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not better for black. Yeah. It says 0-0-0 here. My initial reaction would be, we have compensation, but we're probably much worse against best play.
So you should go rook f1, and then knight g5.
Yeah, I think
also this line, I don't know how easy this is. Like, you could also say, okay, I'm a piece down, and where's my attack? But maybe. No. It's much easier to say knowing it's +5, but it also looks like white has a bunch of play.
Yeah, it's just basically black is completely tied up, and the combination of h5, h6, and bishop h6 if you play queen e7 and just rook f1 and piling on the f7 pawn, it does look like it should be very good for white. You can definitely convince yourself this works.
There's more than one.
Yeah, very interesting game in progress on board one. In a way, much more interesting now that Yuengi hasn't made the quote unquote best move after knight takes e4. If he just takes on h5 there and wins more or less effortlessly, we don't see all of these intricacies, and he really does not get very pushed. So after knight g3, apart from the bishop f2 ideas, and white has a choice now between the immediate bishop f2 and for some reason bishop h7, bishop f2 is not even worse, which is also not that easy to appreciate. If you don't do it, you just don't have anything anymore, I guess, right? So bishop f2. Now the only way to continue is to play f6.
This also looks like
no, but it's equal material. Like if you were like 3 pawns up here with black, maybe you could. I don't know.
Doesn't seem to work. So f6.
f6, and then you have to realize that if white goes bishop h7 and then picks up the knight, you still have time to play queen g4 there. This is going to be very difficult to find for Ernesto.
Even knight g3, but maybe knight g3 and bishop f2 now didn't strike me as particularly easy.
Yeah, and suddenly after queen g4, black does win the piece back. You're still worse in an endgame. You probably actually just lose that endgame regardless, which is very sad.
You still take this from being checkmated and endgame material. I'm not sure he loses every time. Like, of course, he's also 250 points low rated, which doesn't help, but does this look so terrible?
Maybe not, yeah.
D5.
Yeah, we have d5, we have e4 in some positions, maybe. The bishop on f5 is a beautiful piece, and the king on h8 is not very safe, but it is a full material endgame. Yeah, I was, for some reason, much more pessimistic about this position originally. Yeah, if he gets here with, let's say, I don't know, 15 minutes on the clock, if he gets here with 2 minutes on the clock, he's in trouble. If he gets somehow to that endgame with a reasonable amount of time, he might not lose.
We should report that we consulted the VAR in the break, and I lost a euro.
Triumphant.
Other than that, we should also report that the game we abandoned yesterday ended peacefully with
yeah, there were some exciting was being played. White at some point made a kind of a temporary queen sacrifice, which was the only move not to lose on the spot. Yeah, ended in a perpetual there.
There was this struggle between Yesipenko and Phileas Mathieu. Where Yesipenko? I think we left around here. It was much worse.
Yeah, this is actually a cute tactic. Yeah, 93 rook to f1, because if knight takes e1, we have rook takes f6. Seems like black could just win an exchange in one move, but in fact rook f6 is just winning for white with knight e5 to come. And black was much better at that point if he made some kind of a patient move, like I think queen d6 is what the engine likes the most. But he went with the immediate f5, allowing queen takes d3. And from that moment on, Andrei
still better. Still winning here.
I thought this was kind of okay, but it wasn't. Yeah. Rook e8 really being
this is the culprit. You need to throw in the check. Black is still.
Yeah. So that's completely winning for black. If I had this position, I would not be at all sure I was winning, to be honest. Like queen takes b7. Why is it so obvious? Yeah, e3 and both the queen ending and I guess the rook ending after queen takes queen f3 are all lost. But yeah, this is they did not have much time at this moment, and yeah, correctly assessing that this is completely winning for black is possible if you get here, but if you have to see it from like I don't know 7 moves away or 8 moves away, it's not at all a given you spot all of this.
So Yesipenko survived in that game. Did it kick him off the life boards, that draw? Probably, right? Does everybody have 2 out of 2?
Yeah, I think he is not on live board today. I think there's maybe 22 boards of people on 100%, which is just above the threshold for us.
It's a big tournament, 400 people or something, and you'll have some people with 200.
Yuangi goes rook f2 instead of rook f1, which is a cute move, but now for some reason, okay, now we can play knight g3.
The point was not attacking the rook, it's not having bishop f2.
Yeah.
Also, strictly the only move which increases the chances of being played.
You still have
all these lines are even worse, like because we were going rook f2.
Yeah, but I think it's likely he goes knight takes g5 because I think bishop f5 might not be such an obviously winning move there for white, and if you don't have it, black is probably just okay because you get to play queen g4 next move. We'll see.
Nah, I believe in Fernandez. Knight g3.
Yeah, could happen. On board 2, something along the lines of what we're discussing did happen after CB4, knight b4. Pirat chose not to play queen d2, which I thought was a decent move. Played rook c1 instead, which is also logical, but I guess he really wanted to provoke bishop takes g5, which I think is understandable because now you have those dreams of playing knight h2, knight g4, knight f6 check and giving mate on the king side eventually, but the feeling has to be you're probably not fast enough with that, right? I don't know. I'd be worried here with black, like a3, knight c6, knight h2. I'd be quite worried. I understand the engine just laughs in my face and says this is never mate, but
that's very much what it says.
Yeah. I think it's very important that I don't even have access to the g2 square for the queen, right? If I could include queen d2, queen f4 somewhere, maybe I would actually be able to generate some threats with white, but we don't even have that. Another interesting idea that the engine is currently suggesting is something that I have painful memories of.
G6?
Yeah. But it's interesting, like once again, the engine doesn't seem to be in love with it, but it's very, very thematic because if you take the f1 after knight g5, your structure starts maybe not even immediate knight g5.
Oh, yeah, still knight c5, so you need to.
No, we have to prepare it first, but
Well, that would be my instinctive reaction if it doesn't lose, because HG is so worried about knight g5, queen g4, queen h4, whatever.
yeah.
To go FG.
But now the engine suddenly starts liking this for white. It's very kind of, as usual, it's quite intricate and I have to see some tactics so you might not actually be able to see, but FG is obviously a move that you don't want to make structurally, whereas here you might get mated.
Yeah,
This
there. This knight takes a2, now computers they're built different, but here.
These are very, very
even if you survive the first wave with humanly speaking, I understand there are better moves. I'm just saying, even here you're still so worried about the second wave just checkmating you. Right?
Absolutely. So yeah, we have two very interesting positions on boards 1 and 2 today. Both of them could go in very sharp direct. I mean, the UNG game is already very sharp, and this one could become.
Yeah, G6, first move of the compy now. But I think you're right. It's not what white is looking for, because this pattern is so ingrained in our brain. But yeah, we're getting some fun matchups. A brief tour before we return to those. Jordan, yeah, still taking it nice and slow, but he's still completely winning. Some things have changed on the queen side, but nothing that saves black from eternal suffering.
Losing a slow game, but without really any chances of survival unless a blunder happens, because yeah, you're still down a pawn in a very classical, unpleasant cosmot.
Even if you remove either G pawn, you obviously take white.
Yeah,
it's nice to have.
Absolutely. Further down, we have our Catalan-turned Stonewall in the game between the very, very gifted Turkish youngster Erdoğan versus Alexeyenko. Playing in a very principled fashion. He did go knight c3, but he connected with this immediate idea of f3 and d4. After g5, knight f6 happened.
Not wasting any time.
Yeah. And interestingly,
let's make a normal move, then e4. Computer wants good knight a4 all the time. I don't think that was the idea of f3. Yeah, these things, they can It can go either way.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that was good for black actually.
Yeah, you have to see that this exists because it really until it showed up on the board, I wasn't really sure why we're allowing e4 so happily, but specifically because d5 knight, bishop c5 check knight g4 is so strong for black in every single position here that you can sort of ignore the telegraphed plan of playing e4 as quickly as possible. In the meantime, we can return to the Stonewall, but knight g3 was not played in the UNG game, and now after knight takes g5.
You were right again.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, I didn't absolutely good.
Yeah,
And this one he's not gonna.
Yeah, I don't think,
especially with rook on f2.
Mm-hmm. I don't think he misses bishop 5 here. It does look like. I mean, you have to assess knight f3 check as well, but those positions also look completely winning. You're
down that much stuff there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And also, very simply, if you don't play bishop f5, the game becomes quite unclear. It's black gets time to stop the immediate attack. Yeah, this looks completely winning. You just know you're winning.
Doesn't even feel like you're done material really with the stuff on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but this he won't mind.
Yeah.
No, fun game, but in the end it looks like the stronger player. But also, even though the computers are equal or whatever, it's still black walking this tightrope with queen d7, knight g3,
Mm-hmm.
playing the only move to survive.
Yeah, it was a very difficult task, and it really knight g3 wasn't such an obvious choice, and hard to blame Ernesto for not seeing it. But now, yeah, if it does feel that UNG has one final decision to make in this game, and if he does play bishop f5, the game will sort of win itself from there because the attack is even visually unstoppable.
Visually unstoppable attack incoming.
What else do we have?
I'm good. Let's talk about something else.
Sure.
I don't have a topic or anything.
Then it's slightly trickier. Come on, chat. Give us a topic. Bishop f5 on the board in the meantime, so yeah.
Very topical.
Yeah. He doesn't miss. The chat appears to want us to discuss the whole, ethics of allowing or not allowing supposed confirmed cheaters into tournaments, but I'm not sure if this is the conversation we absolutely need to have right this moment.
Why not? What's a confirmed cheater?
Yeah, and this is also where the conversation went in chat. Yeah.
So it was banned from a chess website, or do they have to be banned by FIDE or in a court of law? Like, it's such a slippery slope, and as we've seen, people aren't shy to launch lawsuits as well. So I don't know. It's a very, very tricky conversation. Of course, any organizer can decide whom they give quote unquote conditions to, which, as we talked about briefly earlier, in most open tournaments, grandmasters or selected grandmasters will get, I don't know, normally not much, like a hotel room, and they don't pay starting fee and maybe food. And that, of course, I don't think anybody can ask to get. You could argue if you're a private tournament, an organizer, you can also decide who's allowed to play in your tournament and who's not. But this, confirmed cheater topic is very, very complicated. Don't get me wrong, like, I think cheating even online is destroying the game, and people should absolutely be punished, or at least be scarred in the chess world. And I think they are, like, but this confirmed and what's not confirmed, it's a very complicated conversation.
Yeah, I think that this idea that sort of whatever happens online stays online needs to go.
I think that's changing at the very least now. And also we should mention, it's not like we didn't know 20 years ago that cheating online not good. Like, it happened a lot, and I think it was considered by many a minor thing, and it's so easy to do. But it's not like one didn't know that you're not supposed to do it. Like,
yeah.
Also, with all the talk, like, oh my God, everybody's been cheating. Most people have never cheated, even online in their life. So it's not that normal. I still struggle with, again, it's a complicated debate. I still think there's a difference between online cheating, which was treated in a more cavalier fashion, than over-the-board cheating, which has always been, in chess terms, the worst thing you can do, and people are very aware of that. But it's not like everybody always thought, cheating online, everybody does it too, and it's not how it is.
No, yeah, this is not really, I haven't really heard that point made, so forcefully, but I don't think I've ever heard anyone say everyone does it. I think there's always this understanding that no, first of all, not everyone does it, and also no, it's not okay.
Yeah.
But there is still very clearly a difference of attitude towards online and over the board when you talk about this problem. And I struggled. I recently had to sort of formulate a set of opinions on this, because there was a survey being circulated which I was asked to fill out, and in particular it touched on all of these topics, like whether, like, what constitutes a bannable offense, and like how quickly should people be banned for.
Also, from where? Like, be banned from the server, or be banned from FIDE tournaments, or be banned? Yeah, it's very tricky.
Yeah, and
FIDE and the chess sites, they have to find
exactly
some communication on it.
And it was a very long survey, and there were bits of it which gave me like no pause at all. I felt like I knew where I stood on a number of points, and there were also parts of the survey where I actually had to pause and try to, sort of listen to what my years of being in the game tell me, and I still really couldn't come to a very easy answer, because it's all kind of murky, and this sort of delineation between online and over the board is still, like, you can't claim it's a different game. I think an argument that those two things are entirely unconnected and your behavior online should not impact your over the board play at all seems ridiculous to me. But when you try to sort of quantify and translate it into more human terms, like what constitutes the fabled red line you never cross, and like at what point you start just straight up banning people from competitive play everywhere, those are very, very difficult questions, and I'm sort of thankful I'm not the one in charge of solving them, because I don't think it's easy at all.
No, with the debate changing, I think one can also move the red lines a little bit, because, as mentioned, I think most people have always been aware it's wrong to cheat online, but you don't expect very severe consequences, I would imagine. No, people think the worst thing that could happen is, I don't know, I get banned from whatever chess site I did this on. But if the attitude changes and you know that you're also facing real consequences, that would, I guess, discourage at least very strong players from ruining their careers by cheating online. So we could get rid of that. But there's, of course, also the issue that, how do you confirm someone cheated online? Like, these algorithms, I think they're pretty good and they're right
most of the time.
But is most of the time good enough to ban somebody from tournament play? Like, or do you need, I don't know, 3 offenses, or like, how do you do it?
Exactly.
There's so many detailed questions, and I'm not a big enough specialist on how certain things are. Like, obviously, if an 1800 player starts playing on a 3200 level consistently, it's not too much to debate, but there are so many blurry cases, and I'm sure also so many cases we don't know about where people did the quote-unquote smart cheating. That's another question. If you do this, how do you call it, retroactively, like I'm sure you've seen, I'm not going to mention the names, but this list that has been circulated on Twitter and wherever with people that have been allegedly banned for cheating from, I think, chess.com. And it's a pretty impressive list with some very strong players.
Solid list, yes.
Yeah. Or do you say, okay, starting 1st of January 2023, this is going to happen? But it's so hard because for a chess site, you have the terms and conditions. You can say, okay, we have the right to kick you from our chess site whenever we don't like something you do, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
While to transport this into the real world, I'm not an expert on the legal implications of it, but it can't be easy. What I do think, I'm not sure if it's enough, but I think the soft factors, now that we know who the alleged cheaters are, and I think most people believe that these names were up to at least something online. I think in general people don't question these lists that strong once it's confirmed that it happened, that it will impact people's careers even if there's no direct punishment, like people that have something to say and invitations, and also just how people look at you and treat you at tournaments will be mildly different.
As it should, honestly, I think. Yeah, I think that part I'm very much on board with. But yeah, trying to quantify and put into laws the all those decisions that we were talking about, I think it's difficult specifically. And yeah, like as our chat, like while we were in the middle of this conversation, there was a reply saying, "Why is everybody afraid of principles? Ban for life, end of discussion."
Well, that's sort of what we started to discuss. No, what do you ban for life for? Like, you decide the guy cheated online and you ban him for life from all tournaments. It's
yes, but this is exactly what Jan was talking about regarding the algos. This is where that comes in, because yes, there will be some clear-cut cases, but in very, very many of these situations, what you will have is a very, very strong suspicion with no proof, with nothing that constitutes proof, let's say, in a court of law. You will not really be catching
many
people.
courts of laws, they reach verdicts because of very, very strong indicators. Not sure, like also in murder case, you don't always have ironclad.
Yeah, I understand
proof, but yeah, how this applies to chess.
So yeah, you will find yourself in a lot of very kind of borderline strange situations where, yes, there probably will be very, very strong feeling that something not quite right is going on, but the risk of banning somebody innocent for life is also not to be entirely discounted. It's not something you should want.
Yeah, and then on the other side of that equation, once again, not an expert, but it looks to me, for example, that Ken Reagan's method is very, very concerned about not having any false negatives ever. And then you will probably miss 99% of the cases, which also will not solve the problem. So yeah, it's tricky. And I guess now that this is on the forefront of debates, also the processes, the algorithms and whatever human machine cooperation you will need there will improve, and clearly also FIDE and whoever lead chess.com. Now that online chess is becoming so much more serious with all these big tours and the big money events, they need to find some MO that something, I don't know, if a player gets caught for cheating or whatever you want to call it from these big online events, that it translates to the real world. I don't think that line exists, as you said, as clearly anymore with the Champions Chess Tour, the Pro Chess Tour playing online, the Speed Chess Championship, the Global, whatever you name it. There's a ton of strong big money tournaments.
Yeah, it's now a very, very important part of the calendar. But yeah, these are, once you go past the emotional level of cheating bad, we must do everything.
No, I fully agree with that. And cheating really, really bad. And especially in chess, where it's not like in cycling, where if you're doping, you get whatever. you can train harder and you get 10% better. But in chess, you can have zero skill and become completely God mode invincible, actually. So it's not even to be compared, I think, with, obviously also shouldn't be done, but steroids or EPO or whatever happened in other sports. In chess, it's just completely kills the game. And if people stop believing in the integrity of the game and in Grandmaster tournaments being real, then okay, what are we doing?
Yeah. But trying to put that into, you know, a set of laws that would be, you know, easy to implement on a case by case. That one is, I can understand why it hasn't happened yet, because it's really, really difficult, I think, to do this.
Also, the problem
as
is,
well as it needs to be done.
I don't think, like, now everybody's weighed in, obviously, over the last couple of months, but I don't think there are really many experts in the field that understand all levels of this. Like, you can have the computer experts and the algorithm people and math experts, but also understanding top chess and what someone is likely to spot and what someone is not likely to spot, then again is a little bit of a different debate. But even there, among people who are top chess players, you get 5 different opinions on any of these cases. And even if you were an expert in, I don't know, math, algorithms, programming, and chess, then you still need the legal implications and what can be used where. So we need a task force, Peter.
Yes. Absolutely. And in the meantime, we have a lot of developments on the top boards, including exactly what you were sort of not expecting maybe, but pointing out as a possibility in the Alexeyenko game, precisely the position that we were showing. We got there, and looks like
well spotted this.
Yeah, looks like there is one move here which still holds on for white. Specifically, you have to play knight a4 to stop the bishop from reaching the c5 square.
Not the most obvious move in the world. Maybe by elimination you can get there, but not fun. Sorry.
Yeah, that was exactly my point as well. Yeah, I don't know whether this is, you know, I know it's not easy. I don't know if it's manageable, honestly, to find this under pressure. Maybe you can.
Also, you can spot. You can't take here, I guess, because of b5, and then
yes. So the point is actually you provoke e4 and then you play e5, and after knight g4, some tactics will work out somehow. But like none of this is. I
don't think you can calculate this, but maybe you can see. Okay, everything else looks really bad, so I'll have to go for this and hope for the best. But
yeah. Half an hour left for Yagis Khan, so maybe he does find it. But yeah, all of these are just completely unplayable.
But normally over the board, like just wins. Frankly, a stronger player with the initiative. White has lots of problems to solve.
And in another of our games, where a Turkish player is playing against a very top player on board too. Firat went for a kind of a mixed strategy here. He waited for one move, provoked.
Why give the rook?
Yeah, I'm not sure. If you do see the g6 idea, why are you not doing it straight away? He didn't include this, meaning that he has the access to the h4 square almost immediately. That would be maybe the one good thing about
here. Once again, not quite in time.
Yeah, in a way, after queen d4, he is kind of committed to playing g6. But the engine, unsurprisingly, doesn't really think this is enough.
He has c6 here, maybe, which doesn't really work though.
Yeah, because c1 is now hanging, so yeah, you can play rook c8, you can play queen c7.
And also is f3 like. Okay, this is not so clear currently. So now we have queen g4. Because given the choice, I'd rather go f3, especially material up. Because after h3, there's still fear is still very much alive. But it doesn't seem to work move by move.
Yeah, but you do have to take on c1 because, interestingly, if you include hg immediately, then somehow we go rook a1, knight before knight g5, completely unafraid of the super fork from c2 somehow. Queen h4, rook f8, and here we do have a decent amount of play on the king side. Like even this is not obvious at all. Like here, black has rook f8, and yeah, what Moshen says here is very, very difficult to understand. Yeah, but apparently b2 b4 is extremely strong.
That's
Nothing
a
else.
good position you can get.
Yeah. So for Hans here, the choice is not. I mean, knight takes c1 is the most obvious move in the position, but you do have to assess it properly. Because you do have to realize that c6 is never really a very strong threat after hg, and that you're also not getting mated with knight g5, queen h4. He still has some time, and
objectively, maybe white has to do this, but I don't think you ever do this here.
No.
You know, you're more or less lost.
yeah, that's not why we play g6 normally. Yeah, interesting what he will to see what he will finally settle on. But if he does pick up material, he is supposedly much better. Here,
Yu Yang Yi game is approaching the finish line.
well, he's going to win slowly. He's not actually going to give mate. I don't know if queen h5 was the best. Maybe you could actually postpone it for a move to preserve the. No, it still gets traded from the d7 square, right? Yeah, I thought maybe we can somehow preserve the bishop.
Bishop c2. Not sure what's easier, because what he has in the game looks pretty.
Also completely winning. It's just that it'll take some time until you start giving mate, but you're just completely winning regardless of the queen g5, bishop f5, rook f5, and yeah, the difference in the piece activity and all of these threats, they will eventually decide. It's not really very difficult to imagine why. Just a poor position for black.
Bringing defenders is not going to save the day.
Yeah, it will take some time, but you're like we haven't by this point. Even the material is level, so we're doing this for free. Every single piece is more active and better than the black counterparts. So
he's going to win.
Yeah,
Jordan's most likely going to win.
Yeah, Jordan can finally play f3 if he wants to.
I don't think he wants to.
Yeah,
he
can wait for one more move for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but it seems like it's time to cash in, allow some trade here, and break the structure eventually. Take. I'm actually mildly messing it up.
Yeah, you needed to wait for one more move just to stop knight e2, and then you could start cashing in. Yeah, Jordan will win. Jordan will win. We know this much. How is our perennial favorite Zemchenko doing?
It's always doing great. Although not that great.
Yeah, exactly. I've been looking at this for a bit, and looks like just rook d8, queen f7, rook e. Try to trade the rooks on the e file somehow. Yes, white will always have the space, but material is becoming extremely limited. So
sure, it looks very tenable for black. Looks like one of these Petrovs or Berlins where black was careful and then he equalized in the end.
Yeah, it seems like white definitely was better at some point, but is no longer really much better at all, maybe not even better altogether. How is Kevin doing?
Need to talk about Kevin.
It's a bit further up, I think. Yeah, there we have it. The weird position with the f pawns.
Endgame, but things didn't go so well for Kevin along the way. F5 looks very strong.
Yes, how do we get here? So rook h8.
It's a pleasant move to play.
Yeah, this was probably a little bit overexcited. Yeah,
force the issue.
Still not that horrible, but h pawns in positions like this very often just don't run.
Bishop e6, bishop e4, bishop d7. I guess it's not that either.
And now in particular, if white goes f5, which Karen did, it looks horrible now for black because white will be a couple of pawns up. The bishop on d7 is disconnected from the pawn on h3, and you're just not enjoying this with black.
Yeah, also this is the type of position where you don't expect any massive errors out of white anymore, so the margin for coming back is pretty small. Most of the time the hand will just play this, go back. Some pressure on the c pawn, go b4, b5, or d5 at the right moment. Should be lost.
Yep.
What's this position?
This is a position which,
Bernatsky.
somewhat surprisingly for me, is supposedly much better for black. I wouldn't have been at all sure of that if I had to guess. So Vitaly Bernatsky here quite clearly has gone kind of fall-in-ish on the idea of doing something on the king's side. I was a bird, actually. It wasn't in English. It was a bird. F4, knight h6.
As you do.
As one does,
Both of
yeah.
these first
As
moves.
one does, yeah. Why wouldn't you play e4 in this position, then?
Okay.
Ah, yeah, okay. That's the point. Yeah, that's the point. Fair enough. d3.
Also, if you want to play e4, you could have done it on the first move.
Yeah, but we provoked knight h6, expertly.
Would you say that a bird is the word?
I would. I wouldn't be the first one to say it either.
Everybody said. Anyway, let's see what happens. Now 3, g6, and now you go c4, of course. You should not be provoked to play e4.
Ever.
Never.
Ever, ever.
This is a rare formation.
Yeah.
What do you call this?
He's going
Devil?
yeah, he's going for a bathtub, but
Yeah,
kind of a
bathtub, you need-
delayed bathtub. And perhaps we can trace the White's problems in this game to the fact that he still hasn't established the bathtub.
We can also trace White's problems in this game to the fact that he's sort of seriously worse after 4 moves because he played
Yeah.
f4 and c4 randomly.
Yeah.
Well, the black formation now makes perfect sense. Maybe seriously worse. It's an exaggeration, but you take black here any day.
Yeah, I've honestly, White has done a very good job of justifying a 4 knight h6 by now playing the very normal English where this knight is actually quite well positioned on h6 because it's aimed at
These
the
two
right
moves, they
squares.
don't
Yeah.
connect so well. Like if you want to go for a kingside attack, you need your pawn on e4 as well, and then obviously structures exist, but you leave yourself with an eternal hole on d4. Well, yeah, having weakened your king does not exactly help for playing on the queen side, which you would do in a typical English. So yeah, not a big fan of the I don't know what the structure should be called. Two-horned monster.
That's exactly what it's called, for sure.
93. Fancy.
Very cute, yeah.
Not sure about all of black's moves here, but that's for a different day to debate. That day may never come.
Sadly.
One day. That day may never come. I will come to you. Ask you for a favor.
And Queen G7 played, and now Rook G8 is a massive threat, which is very difficult to parry. And the interesting bit is F6, F knight b4 does look logical, but your king on H1 is just not safe. It's pretty clear who will be attacking. Yeah, here after Rook G8, Rook G1, you can.
Is this so obvious? Feels like it comes down to tempi, no?
Yeah, definitely does, but
black has the tempi.
Yeah, shockingly, it's black who has all the tempi because knight on f1 d6 is actually stuck. Yeah, I think it's just extremely concrete. If you give White, a move to do something proactive in this entire sequence, you're probably in trouble. He's got knight e4 straight away, and after G8, he's
worse,
just,
now we can stabilize.
So why can't we take on f5 here?
So direct. Also good.
Yeah, this looks horrible. This just straight up looks illegal. Also, there's a pawn on b3, meaning that our rook on a1 is constantly hanging because if we try to play queen f4 or something, we can't even activate our queen properly. This is just bad for White.
Yeah, well, he didn't see anything he liked. Had to make a move. But no. Bernatsky. Why f4 and c4? It's not normally if you accept a bad position, at least you got some tricks. Yeah, there's not even tricks.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think she simply tried being a bit too fancy, and
yeah, it's not that he lost because of this, or well, we know he's gonna lose. But it strikes me as impossible.
Yeah. Potential first upset, right? Because we still only have draws so far.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
I don't think anyone has lost on the top 20 boards.
How's our boy Adiban doing?
Oh, shuffling.
Slightly better. Ping pawns.
Perhaps with move queen e1 slightly hinting at a4, a5 somewhere. Yeah, I don't know if it's that scary yet.
He's played a bunch of queen moves. Here.
Yeah, that was
some small moves, but it's the type of position where black can't really do anything without accepting a worse structure. So he has every right to shuffle. How would you feel about the winning / drawing chances in something like this? I'm always confused.
Yeah, my sort of normal speech about this is that I've never seen Vishy lose this structure, but it's because he's vicious. So maybe the positions aren't that great, but he just defends them so well. I think it's a poor version, but I'm still not sure if it's enough against very good defense.
Yeah. Okay, maybe this move by move is a bad version, but let's say the pawn was here. Because all my chess career with white, I always went for this. If I get this with white, it's a success. And I still think so. But if you look at top level games or in correspondence, I think with the pawn on a2, it's just a draw. Make a draw 100% of the time. Yeah. So I was always wondering.
Yeah, in particular, I think if the a6 pawn is on a7 and the bishop is on d7, those are d7, those basically like strong players just don't lose them very much or at all. I agree.
That's so is the starting position, and I still guess this is an improvement because many of these Queen's Gambit declines come down to this is black's last line of defense, but it's fairly solid still. And cd4 on the board.
Yeah, I guess Kartikeyan finally decided that he just needs to, define what the position is. Like it can't be a happy choice, but
was just outmaneuvered by all these small moves. Does Adiban know you can move pieces more than one square at a time? So this is one. Oh, two. Yeah, he does. Two.
Yeah, we've established that he doesn't know the answer to that question.
1, 2. Okay. Maybe he thinks only the queen can.
Yeah, it's possible.
1.
And now he'll have to make some long moves.
Never mind. So this on the board will be torture, I still think. In this situation, I would pick white's winning chances over black's drawing chances, but there are things. You price in the rating and the time. The pawn on a6.
Yeah, in the meantime, Yuangi is completely winning now.
Aravind, I'll get to Yuangi also. Aravind is also winning.
Yeah, this looks like a very pleasant position. And we didn't even need to give anything up for it. Material is level, and we have the bishop there, the safer king, the more active pieces. Just an all-round disaster.
Okay. Back to Yuangi.
Yeah, just h5, h6. We no longer really need to calculate anything there.
That's a great U pawn I've ever seen it. Black has the pawn up here, but it's not really saving him from being mated.
Yeah.
It's just over now?
Feels like it is, yeah, because we were going to get a very similar position to the one we discussed, but only with the entire queen side gone and the exchange gone and everything. So yeah.
Did he go for the c6 rook c8?
Yeah, he included 6 rook c8, which is
didn't help. I'm still always a bit scared when these things happen, but here, I guess, that's just not a lot going on. Okay, we have taken on c6 first, but
it is an X.
Not too many attacks.
Hamster. It has ceased to be.
I respect it. I respect it.
Yeah, not really a lot to say here because you're just not gonna have enough pieces to generate any kind of an attack. We had this position earlier with Queen G7, Rook F8, but we had a lot of stuff still alive on the queen side here. Yes, so
here black can give back some stuff. So.
Yeah.
No, that's not made checks. Well, this is a pretty good plan. Yeah, that looks straightforward actually.
Yeah, from here, yeah, it shouldn't really be very difficult for Hans at all. Yeah, and in this position, for a second there, you might think Queen takes E3 and Bishop takes F6, and it becomes a bit tricky. But unfortunately for Ernesto, Queen G3 and Rook F6 will win that piece immediately. That's so you
tough luck.
Yeah, you don't actually get to play with the Rook and minor piece against Queen for very long. So the favorites are still doing really well. Yuengi will win this position. Hans will win this position. I think we're quite
six Queen G3 on the board.
All of that on the board.
Yeah, just turn and
just resign here. It's
either here or Rook F6. But if after he blitz out Queen G3, the chances of him not playing Rook F6 are
not
below 1,000 to 1.
Yeah.
Not taking.
Bishop G5. Very cute.
No, he doesn't play Rook F6.
Yeah, and now we go Queen G5, Queen G6, of course.
We do actually, right?
Yeah, I think we do. I think we do.
Does.
It's faster. Everything else also wins, but this is faster.
This forces resignation. It's nice. See if Yu Yang agrees.
Shockingly, okay, not anymore. Yeah, for a second there, the idea that the engine doesn't prefer Queen takes G6 here was just so alien to me. But of course, everything is winning.
It's not like white is in trouble after 27.
No, I understand, but like Rook ending against pawn ending is a pretty solid choice in most cases.
See how he feels about it. Thinking, or he's not at the board. Now the game is gone. Maybe the opponent just resigned, or was it after Queen G6?
Yeah, I think Queen G6 was played, and that forced an immediate resignation, just as we expected.
Okay. Yeah, Queen G6. Yeah. Good job by you.
As per usual.
Hans, yeah, this position we've covered. This Rook F8 and then Queen B4 also seems to wrap it up nicely. Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, he is finally taking apart the queen-side structure. So yeah, it's about to end.
We spent 10 million moves on having everything covered here securely, but it paid off. There's no longer any trace of counterplay. You can cash in. Nicely done, actually. And Erdogan was still a bit shocked by this turn of events.
Yeah, I think.
Although if you go F3, E4, I think you should anticipate this. At least before you go E4.
Yeah. And Bishop D7 also, like when you play F3, absolutely telegraphing what you're intending to do. And your opponent just ignores it altogether, because I'm sure, if Black was very afraid of E4, you could maybe try fighting against it in a more energetic fashion. It should probably give you an idea that some kind of a reply is your opponent thinks satisfactory. I just don't know these structures well enough, so I didn't really it would take me some time to realize this exists, but
I just did the math. I think I'm twice Kirill's age, and Kirill is twice his opponent's age.
Yeah. That is something.
I'm not sure that's anything.
Doesn't look like anything to me.
Looks like they're making moves. Guys to stand up to reach the opponent's 6th rank.
how did anything get to the 6th rank is my...
Maybe it was the 5th rank, maybe went d5.
Looks like the camera is
today.
not
The camera is ahead of us.
Yeah,
We'll be there in 5 minutes because there's 5-minute delay here as one of the anti-cheating measures. I've also seen the metal detectors or whatever they are, these anti-cheating devices that they use. And I've seen a tweet where Hans was being scanned, and probably I thought I should add another picture. So it was Hans, picture of Hans and a picture of Jorn also being scanned.
yeah, this has become a very kind of a usual picture in all the reasonably strong chess events, and has been for a while. Morley Karthikeyan is not as winning as maybe he is now again. Yeah, Queen e3 was a bit of a weird choice. We go one move prior to this. Yeah, Quincy, yeah, still not better. Yeah, I thought Queen c1 was giving white decent-ish chances of survival, but even there, after Queen h4, Queen e4, you were in a lot of trouble.
Queen g3 played.
Yeah, Queen takes e4 is the only thing that really hurts, but it's also the only thing you can play. So,
Absolutely. Would you say the white position here is morally bankrupt?
I would now. I don't think I have any choice.
Gavin's gonna lose.
Yeah.
This is a very sturdy construction here. It will slowly advance.
Yeah, and the threat of rook h7 and f6 is so strong that black is just not in time to take on b2, and then if that cannot happen, you're never ever saving this position. But if you allow rook h7 f6, you just get, well, I mean, the f pawn maybe becomes a queen very, very quickly, or you get mated, one of its.
All right. So the favorites seem to be cruising. We'll have Yu Yang Yi already won his game. Niemann's gonna win. Fanforay is gonna win. Alexeyenko, maybe too early to say he's gonna win, but looks they clearly made some moves in the meantime. From what we see here, it's 5 minutes versus 30. Black has the initiative. So I think he's also.
Yeah, I'm still struggling to reconcile. I'm trying to figure out which line would allow white to reach the 6th rank here, because it did really did look like the young man was reaching further than 5th.
This would reach the 7th rank, but it would not be a happy excursion.
Yeah, I don't think that happened.
Unlikely. This is checkmate.
Very much is.
Other news, Aryan Chopra, who somewhat surprisingly decided to go, to me surprisingly, to go for this endgame and try to defend it against someone 200 points lower rated. Might manage to defend it, but he won't have enjoyed the right very much, I guess.
No.
Over here, King F5.
King F5 is strictly the only move, yeah. And the best reply here by white is quite striking, because I don't know if that move is at all obvious. Yeah, the engine just suggests, yeah, rook g3, king d4, and you get mated on the f file, I think is the point. Well, not mated, but like rook f1 followed by b5 is. The bishop on 6 is in desperate trouble, but it does suggest.
This on a tactically sharp day would come to mind. This is less good because of king e5.
And after b5, what? Rook a8.
Yeah. Chess is too complicated.
Chess is way too complicated. Yeah, like all of this stuff.
You can calculate all this stuff.
It is move 38 though, so that means that Ortik Nigmatov will have some time to think of the king of 5. Rook d1 is just a very, very difficult move to make, though. I don't know if you can spot rook d1.
For now, it's chop price move and king f5. Well, king f5 looks logically. Take some stuff. Maybe you spot king f5, g4, and you're then in the line. You start looking for a different move. There's no different move. Clock is ticking. That spot.
Yeah. He's also, of the two of them, he is clearly in a much tougher spot on the clock. It's still not that alarming, 5 minutes for 3 moves here, but
even if it's 5 minutes for one move, if you make the wrong one move here, you lose. So some stress.
King f5 strictly the only way not to be entirely lost according to the engines. So an important decision coming up.
I could think of a scenario where after king f5 you see g4, then you decide something else. But we have more important news. We are being joined by the winner of the Weichensee 2021 A group. It's hard to believe saying it now, but he's here. Jordan van Parijs, welcome. I would assume he won. Nice game. Join us. Don't worry. Don't stand there. Just come over.
First question, wasn't like Ivanchuk winning immediately?
We haven't seen his game much for some reason. Maybe it's not on the
After
TGT
two-
board.
He made a draw yesterday, so he's not on the
But he was on the live board.
Was he on?
Yeah, board 10.
And we've just ignored him. That's hard to believe.
What?
Doesn't
He's,
show up
he's
here.
sitting on the live board, but maybe the
Stop making us look bad. Welcome, Jordan van Parijs, who won with a nice combination, but we have questions.
Okay,
So many questions.
did I make so many mistakes?
No, but first question.
Yeah,
We were surprised / offended by the move rook d1. Why rook d1?
I thought knight g2, bishop f5. I didn't wanna.
You can take and then knight g2.
Yeah, I thought I saw this move rook d1. Is it so bad?
No, maybe it's fine.
I
Just
think computer sometimes
For-
shows, but maybe. I just thought I wanted to play knight g2, and he was blitzing out his moves as well, so I just wanted to get him out of crap. And bishop f5, bishop takes d6, bishop takes d3. I mean, I thought bishop a3, and then I also like, okay, then this looks a bit weird. Let's not do this.
we were also wondering, he could have done this move earlier. Yeah, I'm not sure. This is still prep or whatever, but we weren't sure what happens here.
Actually, I didn't see it in this moment, but that explains.
Okay. Fair.
No, I guess rook d1 is a fine.
But
move.
actually, I had this position with queen f3. I think without the move a6 almost similarly in the game.
You can also get it via bishop e7, no?
Yeah, bishop e7, bishop d6 against the Kilushko, and then I believe I played. Yeah, that was the game. But I don't know if this a6 move is. I mean, here it's definitely supposed to be slightly used, but it's not so bad. Yeah, I played like this, and then I think he did it. He took on the 4. I don't remember.
Fair enough. Let's get.
So I should just take on d6, yeah.
No, I think rook d1 is fine. We were just having these.
I was looking at bishop g3 as well.
We can't pass
Bishop
anymore.
g3, I was looking.
That's very subtle.
Bishop takes g3, maybe bishop h7 works, but even h3 is very dangerous, so he cannot take, and then he's a bit stuck as well.
Yeah, it's a nice move.
But g6 indeed, I was not so sure, and then bishop f5. But h4, like computer says, is interesting. But I just wanted to play a quick move, get him out of his prep, because he was blitzing every move, so I felt like, let's just do something, because I didn't really expect this.
I promised we would.
I
quiz you
saw
harshly
this
about rook
96
d1.
already when I played knight g2.
That was
I think it
I
works.
was very curious. You spotted it from far away.
No, I was hoping when I played knight g2, I was wondering about his rook e8. That's why I spent some time, because I didn't see. But it looks really, really dangerous for like a lot of tricks. Everything is kind of hanging. But he
You're
just
already
doesn't have a
threatening
move
knight
here, yeah?
g6, yeah? Like,
Oh, I thought maybe queen d8, maybe, but it looks very, very big. Queen d8?
Knight takes f8. It's not bad.
No, I mean here.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, this
knight
is
h5, and then the knight has to go to g6, and then maybe some h4 even, I don't know.
yeah. It's
And then
very
I think
solid.
g7 is his threat as well. It's surprisingly, but I think queen c7 is just a
Seven,
very bad
that's
move.
wrong,
Yeah?
No, we read from the screen that taking and knight d7 is slightly better, but game starts.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. And then, but then I can maybe play knight f3. Yeah, that was my plan. That's why I played rook d1 also.
It's harder and harder to shame rook d1.
But bishop f5 move before just equalize on the spot then, or what is the? Why didn't he play that then? That's a bit strange. No?
I didn't click much. It's
No, we were expecting this to just be the start of your prep, like takes
I
queen
didn't
f4.
prepare this. No, I saw he played some a6 Janovsky, but then like black can play like 5 moves. Like I didn't. Instead of bishop f4, I only looked at after bishop f4, I only looked at bishop knight f6, I believe. So c6, I was out of it.
fair enough. Let's get to the trick. First of all, more criticism.
Oh, 96.
Very pretty, but you should start with 96, of course, just for more effect.
King h8, I just did.
H3, FB.
No, I didn't see that 96 immediately also works.
No, transposes, so it makes no sense to just look
But
cooler.
I thought he defended not in a good way as well. I thought he should at least play rook d8, although it's probably also losing. But it's quite nice to be winning.
Very rare motive. No, I've never seen this.
Yeah, I also got quite excited when I saw it.
Understandably, yeah.
But takes, king g8. I thought he should play knight c7, rook d8, but it's probably also losing.
No, we thought that was the best.
Take
chance.
b5, and then I was
B5,
looking here at, I think what is quite simple is, for example, I just take on b5 at some point and do 2 pawns, but I can also play a4, but I didn't really like, yeah, it should just be winning.
Like
Take,
this.
yeah, take and king d2, and then b3, f3, knight e2, knight f4, knight d3, and it just should be winning, huh?
Yep.
But instead of, I was also looking at a4, maybe to be even more ambitious, but I thought it looked a bit risky. b4 just works. I would b4 knight a2. So maybe somehow this is.
No, I think the other one is cleaner because
Yeah,
you just keep all the pawns on the wrong
And I
square.
have control over like every square on the board as well. And then I just exchange rooks, and then it should just be pretty automatically winning. I think knight d3, g4, just push on the king side.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
You mean the fine position here, yeah, rook c1, or whatever move from them take.
Yeah. I think after that it was actually.
And in the game, you just have a better end game with an extra
should be
pawn.
winning, but I have to be a little bit careful.
It looked like you kept everything under control.
I
We
think
were
it's
discussing
important
here
to play f3, no?
if f3 computer says also
Really?
winning, but stylistically, yeah, I think what you did looked.
I
nicer.
spent too much time with Aaron on me. I can.
I
didn't see.
Think like it's better here.
Yeah, if it's not e4, it's actually
I thought
a mistake.
Yeah.
A mistake to play.
Yeah, I didn't
f3.
see e4. I mean, if I saw e4, I would consider it because then I can just castle as well. Maybe.
King e2, knight
I saw
f5,
king e2, knight f5, and I was like, okay, let's play knight b6. It has to be winning long term.
No, yeah, this you can definitely imagine not winning at all. Yeah,
Yeah.
whereas the position you got, you have to be careful. You have to be sure you don't allow any of this counterplay that you control in the game. But yeah, you will.
Yeah, but
you
he
will
just
win.
doesn't have enough
Mhm.
power to. I mean, I don't think my version was super clean, but
You didn't allow anything, though.
like at the end, he kind of could have played on with. I didn't. Yeah. No, I said this was all fine, but somehow I didn't really see how to finish it off. Okay, just kept slowly improving, I guess.
No, I think you did really well. I think you never really released.
No, but at the
Really
very end,
strong.
after move 40, you should try something else. Like even further. Yeah, this knight f3, like this is not here. This is not as accurate because I kind of retreat. Yeah, here. I mean, I haven't made a lot of progress.
Well, you have the A file now.
In the
So,
yeah, but you
Oh,
can
no,
play
F5
g5,
is
g5.
yeah, G5 maybe.
K7, king f7. And then, well, I mean, maybe 92 I was thinking, but I wasn't sure yet. G4 I was also considering. Rook h2. Yeah, I didn't play it in the best way actually. But okay, it still should be winning. No, I played G4 probably instead of
Ah,
K7.
sorry,
Rook
yeah.
H7, G4
Yeah.
and then 92, and I can always cover back with, and then I kind of go back to the beginning and try to get F3, but we can play on like this for a little bit.
We weren't in any doubts you were gonna come through. How do you like the tournament? You having a good time in Sitges?
Yeah, it's all right. I'm having a good time here for sure.
Are you participating in any of the morning activities, or you're
think
just all professional?
No, and I gave a lecture yesterday, which I didn't really prepare too well. At some point I gave a study which I didn't put up correctly, so I've been just trying to kind of focus on the tournament. But you know, the rounds start quite late, so you have some time to do things in the evening, I guess. But there's some fun activities, I believe. Tonight there's maybe ping pong tournaments, but I don't know. Maybe
Are you good at ping pong?
No, I'm terrible. That's probably why I won't sign up. But I do enjoy it, like most chess players, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That should never stop you really from
playing it.
Yeah. If we don't play games we're not good at, like
yeah, true.
To
No.
just
I was just trying to find an excuse not to.
you didn't play the Blitz last night, right?
Yeah, I didn't even know there was. They said, no. Is there another Blitz tournament?
Yeah, on the rest day.
On the rest day, yeah.
What you should do apparently is install the app. The tournament has the app.
An app?
Yeah, which will remind you of all the fun activities you can partake in. Very important that you install the app.
Get daily reminders. Yeah,
Yes.
like okay.
Yes.
So what I do want to join is the Zumba class and the paella class. Do my research.
Zumba and paella specifically.
Yes.
That sounds like a good combo, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not the same class, right? It's different class.
No. There was also a wine tasting which I wanted to join, but then I saw it's starting at 11:30.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've seen the beer tasting at 11:30. That seemed early.
Did you guys join any of the activities or?
I'm all over the place. I was learning to mix cocktails earlier. Then I watched Gilles Moussa's lecture for an hour.
Nice.
Then that's all that I haven't done. And Peter's sitting in his room playing Hearthstone.
Yeah, I mean, look at me. Obviously I am.
So what's coming up for you? You got a busy schedule?
No, not so much. I play World Rapid and Blitz, and then I can say, but
That's pretty busy.
That sounds
maybe, yeah.
Oh no, the TV's turning off. Not again.
Oh,
somebody
you
should
guys
run.
don't have a remote
Somebody
control?
should
I
run
think they're lying over there. Run, Peter. 1 minute. So Vaikanze, it looks like it's maybe the strongest field ever. Yeah, I'm not sure if on paper, but
Yeah.
the low rating guys are all these 17, 18-year-old super talents.
Yeah, there's no,
So it's a fun field.
there's no one to look forward to playing, yeah? Maybe they're looking forward to playing me.
You've proven you can play in these fields more than once by now, no?
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to, like, it's definitely strongest I can say. I mean, I have played and I maybe ever kind of.
Yeah, I'm not sure if by rating, but just by feel with all these super talents in there.
It's like it's extremely strong. So definitely excited for Vike to start, but before that, World Rapid and Blitz and this tournament, of course. So,
But why are you going to the World Rapid and Blitz? Like our friend Laurent has told you multiple times, it's a waste of your time.
He says I suck at Blitz, which I kind of tend to agree with. Like Blitz is not my forte, but Rapid I have.
Also, you proved him wrong last time already, no? Like
Yeah, last time I did well on the Rapid, I did okay in Blitz, and I was not really doing anything there. But
Well, hang on a second. You were on like 100% after 7 rounds in one of the GCT Rapids, right? You were.
yeah, I won this Croatia Rapid.
Yeah, like-
but then of course I missed.
Why
it.
would you like?
No, but the Rapid I believe I can do all right. Just Blitz is. But there's 3 days of Rapid, yeah. So I could.
Yeah, like
and I enjoy playing. Yeah.
Don't let Laurent bully you.
do you think you could win a Blitz match against Laurent Fessy? I think that's
it will be close.
Really?
He should.
He's really in your head.
But he has written something like if Aliheza doesn't play, he might join. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I haven't heard that.
So I don't know. Maybe he will register late, but
Alireda's not going?
I don't know.
That's the word on the street.
He's not on the list at least.
So how does your process look like after, let's say you're done with the World Rapid and Blitz, then Vike is coming up, will you put some time apart for just preparing, resting, or what's the organization?
Before Vike?
I guess so, or I'm asking.
I haven't really thought about it too much in that. I guess I'll do a little bit of things, but I think like these days you can prepare really well for a game in a really short amount of time. So just having like a 2-week training camp to work on your openings is just not very important. So because most will be done in the during the tournament anyway. So what you can do is maybe have some training games or do some tactics or. But like I don't really feel like by building like a complete repertoire before the tournament is super important. Anyway, all these guys play every opening, right? All the young players, so preparation is not as important, I would feel, but I don't know.
Interesting. So you think because of computers and you need to come up with, I guess, some new ideas for everyone individually, it doesn't make sense to.
Yeah, I
to go
really
too
think
broad.
like last year it has been things has just been going so fast nowadays. Like you just whatever Stockfish says immediately is basically you don't even need to leave it running or something anymore. Just immediately it's like in depth 40 saying the best move. So you can really quickly learn some line. Okay, maybe there's of course it helps a bit to check some things beforehand, but I don't think it's as important as it maybe used to be to have a full-fledged repertoire before the tournament, as I did in my first
Well, we
couple of
also
nights.
kept telling Magnus before the match, don't worry, we'll get to Thailand. We'll figure it out. Like that's not stressing us about stuff before the match.
Yeah, but also like as a representative of the older generation here,
Yeah.
you know, you don't have to. You don't even have to leave it running at depth 40. It's just like such a 2022 sequence of words, right? Because like when we started working with engines, like you had to wait until it reaches like depth 26 and you think, this is
I
like
have a picture as well. Look, I used engines like in 2011 maybe for the first time, like maybe some really old engines, but like Houdini 1.5 or something on like my very old laptop, you know. I was like, okay, depth 26 is all right. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, I mean, I think like in the last few years, things have just been.
And really in the last 3 years, yeah, like with remote engines and Leela and Stockfish having this NNU, it's such a different world now.
Yeah, apparently like the engines didn't even get much stronger, like compared to the other years, but it's just that we feel it more now. So, I mean, we're always getting better, but now they just understand everything. So there's really nothing we can really add. I mean, we can still look for ideas, of course. So there's still some value for humans, but not as much anymore. That's what I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, it's less about the truth than about finding ideas to put pressure on people. No?
Yeah.
You can click any position.
But I feel we can learn a lot from them. So definitely, I'm not unhappy to see the engines getting better. So you know, it's just a bit different, I guess, and we have to adapt.
On the topic of the position we have on the screen, they were sitting next to you, right? Were you watching the young man play a bit? Have you seen him play before? The one playing against Kirill Alexeyev?
No, first time I hear of him, but
he just blundered.
Oh,
3.
I saw this position
Knight
actually. Why didn't he play Bishop B2 Knight E4? That's anyway very dangerous.
Apparently, Queen F3 was, I think, what the engine was
F3 is not-
suggesting. Yeah, Queen F3 is not
sense
easy.
to cover the light squares.
Yeah, but also giving all the checks from both C5 and D4, it's not easy. And yeah, I think also the clock is very much lying to us
King
here.
H1, Knight G4 or something might. I don't know if that works. Oh,
One computer is still hanging in there, but yeah, it's very scary.
it's very scary. I mean,
Yeah.
It's on the board and Black just wins it.
But it's still not obvious that this is so. Like you have Rook D2 in the end there, and apparently the Rook just goes back and Black is winning. Like Rook F5 -5 here.
Rook F5.
Yeah, like how easy is that? Like why is that -5?
Bishop
Specifically Rook F5.
Yeah,
Rook F6
only
is
square.
not
Only square. Because I guess Bishop B3 is a huge threat, right? Like
Bishop B2?
I guess Bishop B3, I think, yeah.
Rook
93.
And 93 in May because G4 Bishop B7. This is why we put it on F5 actually. Yeah. This is why we put it on F5.
Okay. That is
dear.
But maybe we'll just get there. Okay, you made also time control, yeah? Or they're not have time control. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, this is move 33. It's the clock is bad. I'm very sure the clock is not correct. There was a very, very long pause when after E5, I think he was thinking for quite some time.
He was down to 5 minutes earlier, no?
Yeah, this is not right.
Yeah, but finding Rook F5 is not easy. And also, I mean, maybe if he has some alternatives, he can.
He's gone 95 already, Kirill, so this hasn't happened.
95?
Yeah, he hasn't got an H5 at all.
Maybe also good. It's threatening.
Yeah, still winning G4. G4 needs to be played. And yeah.
E2, well, that's too smart.
I mean, black is
G4,
supposedly winning, but like the way black is winning according to the engine is just completely unplayable, I think.
Maybe you just take a2 and then bring the king to e7, but
Yeah, but like, why is rook d2 not good? I just don't understand. Like, why is this even supposed to be better for black?
takes him. No.
Rook c2, everything else loses.
only move.
Yeah, like, I mean, come on. This is just not on.
It's been a very interesting game, this
Yeah.
one, right? I saw some kind of huge tension in the center after e5 or something was
Mhm.
played. I didn't really. I mean, it looked good for black just because
Yeah,
all the dark squares are weakened, but I mean, it's still very
Yeah.
complicated, of course.
You have to see knight a4 here, which he didn't, but
Also, he doesn't take on a2 now, it's on the knight a4.
yeah, and especially knight a4 is strictly the best move, and it's really not obvious and not
the
easy.
first move that comes to
No,
mind.
not at all.
All right, let's not keep
Okay.
Jordan all night. Jordan, anything you have to plug? What are you up to?
I don't
Chessable
know.
courses?
Yeah, chessable course. I'm making a chessable course on that. Alright. Actually, I'm fully filming the last bit here in Barcelona of this tournament.
Nice.
Just on one day, so hopefully it's coming out beginning of January. Just to scare all my bike opponents, yeah.
Mm.
So black repertoire or what is it?
Yeah, the Taurus.
The classical
Tower.
tower.
That's the whole
Yeah, no,
thing.
just the old, not the double tower, just the old. Because the thing is, just to give little teaser.
Some
I mean,
kinky move here, knight of 6 at least.
yeah, knight of 6. Yeah, 90. I wanted to keep it short because knight c6, dc,
Yeah,
and bishop
sure.
e6 here. And if white starts with knight of 3, I just want to keep it.
You can still do it.
I because after knight of 3 you can't play double tower, so just get the old style. But I believe it's fine. Take and I saw Rustam has been playing some. No,
Yeah,
G3 first,
knight
and
of
then
6,
that kind
you
of
can
avoids
play
it.
double.
Yeah, so knight of 6 or knight of 6. Knight c6, go bishop e7. I've played this in the Olympiads and in some blitz games.
I've learned something. You
I
can
might
actually
watch it.
you
sounds like
can
a
actually
useful-
you can actually not allow Daniel to have any fun.
Yeah, if you,
Well, but
but
he mainly does it
only does
against, like,
against
the
one
English,
support, yeah.
Oh,
So he's
aware
not
of
doing
it.
it. But maybe he will now after the courses. I don't know. Yeah, so this is kind of why why I decided not to recommend the double Tarash, which is of course fine, and there's also already
It's
some
also Erwin
material on
doing
it.
course
Yeah, exactly. So, but I actually spent a lot of time analyzing, and I think this is like properly fine for bugs. So
It's okay, yeah. So,
yeah, I think
is it?
I've been recording all these videos just before coming here, so I know all the
Okay. Whatever. I wanted some kinky move. A3.
yeah 94.
Some booked up. Okay, let's not spoil it. How you do it? Get yours, of course.
I might play it instead. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks guys.
Yeah. Check it
Delete-
out. Thanks
delete-
for joining. Best of luck.
Delete the VOD.
See you at the Paella class.
Delete the VOD.
Okay, see you guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Cheers. Yeah, Kirill not finding the best lines there. He needs to be very precise now.
Did Jordan have to go to the bathroom? He ran out like that.
Yeah, he absolutely
Amazing.
stormed out. Yeah, he's flash-like.
So Kirill
And,
taking his time here.
Yeah, and the clock's actually normalized, and this is move 35. Kirill is down to 14 seconds supposedly. This I can definitely
Let's watch
believe.
till
Yeah.
move 40. Popcorn.
Yeah, Rook A2 wins. Bishop C3 wins, really denying white any
Bishop
squares
C3,
whatsoever.
I like because
Yeah.
it's establishing domination, sort of.
Yeah, making a move would be useful here. I don't really like the 0 on my screen. I assume he hasn't lost on time, but I would like to see a move.
I don't think he was on time much. He's in time travel often, which means
Yeah,
he won't forget the clock in such a situation. There we see.
is it Oli?
I think so.
Taller than Oli, yeah.
Hard to judge. He's not standing in the perfect spot for our purposes.
No, you have to say that this is less than ideal. Move.
Get out the way.
Yeah, in the meantime, There's
no meantime. We're watching this.
We are watching this for sure.
But we need to move.
Yeah. We also need that person to move.
Where to play?
Come on, run, Peter, run, get him away. Yeah, this camera is probably like I would need to run. Yeah, I would need to run so fast I would get 5 minutes into the future.
Maybe Jorn can do it.
Or the past, yeah, whichever way. No. It's very unnerving that no move has appeared on our screen yet.
It's a bit odd because I saw them before this man centralized so beautifully that we can't see anything anymore. Actually moving pieces of it. He also seems very committed to that very spot.
It's a good spot. That's why there's a camera there.
It's a big spot.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not getting moves. We don't get moves.
Neither moves, no pictures, which is suboptimal. Bobby Chang is in trouble. He was doing so well.
Lost the battle of the bishops.
Yeah, somehow the bishop that was kind of dead on g2 is now on d5, and black also has no queen side left.
Black bishop that was good is sort of dead on f6.
Yeah, this did not go according to plan, and Adiban is now completely winning as well. So
the beast.
He is the beast. Bishop takes d5. Not necessary, but why not? Might as well.
I think he will do this. This is the best move, but then we can take the rook. He does play it.
Yeah.
It's a bit sad.
It is a bit sad.
Computer says rook takes d4.
Stronger than bishop takes a8. Yeah, computers are very ruthless. Very, very ruthless.
Okay, they made the time control, so it's going to go for a while.
Whoa. Lots of developments.
Lots of moves
in the Chopra endgame.
Where's the Chopra? Up.
Here, yeah. Don't scroll anymore.
Okay.
Well, it used to be the rouser, and it's still sort of the rouser, but the one to the left, yeah. Apparently completely winning for white, despite black also having a passer on the third.
So rook e5 played, yeah, that's what we were talking about, that king f5, maybe you see king f5, g4, and I think you're losing the bishop.
Yeah, you kind of give up there,
give it a square. Now you're apparently in big trouble.
Yeah,
well
actually very nicely played by Arctic, yeah. Now e3, but yeah, the b pawn is just queening way quicker, yeah, b6. We also have, like, you would like to play rook g2, but that immediately loses to bishop d3 check, I suppose, right? And everything, just like the entire thing collapses. We have no squares. Rook g7 check after king g4, and then the b pawn just queens. So yeah, it seems like just an absolutely hopeless position after b6. You have no counterplay, have no even threats to generate.
And is there hope for Kevin?
Yeah, I think now there is.
Really get that good a position.
Yeah, that's
took the pawn and stopped the f-pawn.
That's a bit surprising, yeah. And we have moves. Yeah, okay. Let's. Is this no? But they're way past the time control. Let's take a look at what's happening.
Let's go back to Kevin. Yeah. This is still being blitzed.
So he actually found some of the good moves here. He played.
Took. Rook g2 wasn't played. Should g3. e7. It's nice that it's checkmate on h2. This is not a threat.
Yeah. Rook e1 takes. Rook bd1, I guess, is the way to go. And yeah, but it all sort of very nicely hinges for black on the fact that bishop b5 is just never a threat, because you always run into that rook takes h2 problem.
It's not in a hurry. Yeah, looks like he did well to control this.
Yeah, and this is also move 40. So after rook f1 check, he can, if he needs to, go back to e6. Yeah, this is a curious one because, yeah, queen e1 stops the the immediate problems. Yeah, this you can't do at all, I thought, because the a pawn is actually queening.
I just studied this. You have to build the square. The black king can step into the square. You can stop the pawn, but can't step in. Well, here we're in the square.
Absolutely, that is so beautiful.
Thank you. I've never used the square in practical game. I always try to count the moves.
Yeah, I think even
because I don't trust myself to draw a good mental square on the chessboard. Here, if you can actually do it, it's good. But if you have to see, three moves to c1 and then 3 to the right and back up, I don't trust it. No comment from Peter Svidler. So we'll go on a brief break now that I drew these squares expertly and that they've reached move 40. Then we'll come back with the finales in, amongst others, the fight between Kirill Alexeyenko, the 21-year-old, and an opponent half his age. It looks like experience will prevail in this one.
It does look like that.
See you soon. I won't move.
In the meantime, France is 1-0 up against Morocco.
Is that the break gesture?
It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences, and we also have a couple of blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. You can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gustafsson, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
We have visited the island, which is exclusive place, and I've heard a lot of stars are coming here to visit this island, and you can only reach by the boat to there. So we went there with other grandmasters. We played chess games there. It was quite an experience to play chess at the lovely island. For me, it's very important to have a good time, because when I have a good time, then my chess also goes nicely, and this tournament is also proof of that, and I hope I will today, because so far I've got some points, and also I enjoyed other activities here too. So
So it's the perfect place to play chess.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus?
Or D4 after back. Welcome back, everybody, to the final stages of today's round 3 in the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. My name is Gustafsson. Peter Svidler is still here with us, looking youthful, spry, motivated.
Very youthful.
Carpe diem is Peter's motto. We are covering the top games of today's third round, where the favorites so far have been doing pretty well, although we will certainly see some upsets today. Yu Yang Yi and Jordan van Foreest both won nice games, as did Hans Niemann, which, yeah, we haven't covered the final moves, but he won
pretty much exactly as
totally
we expected from there, yeah. And returned the exchange, and
it gave some material back, but then there was still too much to handle.
Yeah, the B2 pawn is a bit too weak for white to be able to survive here. Otherwise, if you remove the b2 and a4 pawns off the board, you could maybe
some trouble, but you might put up a fight. So both Niemann and Yu Yang Yi on 3 out of 3, as is Jordan van Voorhees and Kirill Alexeyenko, trying to join them. 2 other of the highest rated players have already dropped half a point. That's Yesipenko, we saw yesterday, and Jules Moussard in the first round. I think those are the top 5.
Yeah, and Vasil Levanchuk also made a draw yesterday, but he is slightly below the top 5 cutoff.
7th seed, yeah. But yeah, no drastic upsets.
Well, Aryan Chopra is, or at least was, in a lot of trouble. I think his situation improved somewhat. The position is still bad, but
in trouble, but some fighting.
He at least managed to get it to a situation where the B pawn is still not queening, and there's now an outside passer on the H file, which wasn't there a moment ago, but should still be a very difficult position for him. In other results today, we showed the Adiban game. Vasif Durabaili, who we haven't really spoken of too much so far in this tournament, is on 3 out of 3 as well. Beating Peter Robertson today in that Alapin that we briefly spoke about.
Looks like it just got a pleasant endgame. And cost him.
Yeah. So yeah, favorites generally doing okay, but there are some points dropped here and there.
As you would expect, frankly. Battles between 2400s and 26 till 2700s. Bobby Cheng is still in big trouble, but so far White has not pulled the trigger on rook takes d4, which just seems to
it seems to be very, very logical, just
destroying the position.
Yeah,
even directly, I guess something's happening.
But also we're just so completely and utterly winning. Safer king, two extra pawns, everything.
No, it's just winning. Martin Kremer, is he winning? No, probably not. No, that's going to be a draw, most likely. So we can keep following the adventures of Kirill Alexeyenko.
Yeah, who appears to be completely winning now, specifically because of how strong of a threat Rook E2 is. Because it looks like there is this spin along the E file, which is very awkward, but in fact, stopping Rook E2 next move is just going to be a very, very difficult proposition. Is Rook Fe1 a move we could try here? Why is Rook Fe1 losing immediately? Ah, okay.
It's not so obvious, is it?
No. Yeah, the engine just says give up on E5 with check, but our passers are so strong, in particular the D passer is so quick and so strong that White just can't deal with that. And also the additional threat of simply king c3 takes b3, and then the other two start running. Yeah.
It's actually quite believable with the king shut out, but still got to do it.
Yeah, but I think
there was an alternative. No, that was d2.
D2 probably also winning, but yeah, it's very similar. Although here you have to realize king d6 is okay. I think if you have to choose between these two, you always play king d5. Because, yeah.
But here, does the pawn just queen? That could convince me.
After okay, king d7 it does, right? Oh, no, yeah.
Apparently not.
Whoa, rook e3! We should show.
This is beautiful.
This is so fantastic.
You could blunder easily.
Yeah, d1 rook also doesn't help, yeah. I was wondering if d1 rook was any better, but no, it's not.
Stalemate.
This is so great. Yeah, this is
like still winning here.
Yeah,
by going king c6, and I guess once rook e3 on the board, you smell something's up.
Yeah,
but that's cute.
Yeah, it is one of the more beautiful natural stalemates I've seen in a while.
Okay, he has time to calculate.
Rook e1 hasn't been played yet
on the board.
I think it probably is the best practical chance because everything else is just very, very grim, but
even this is better for black, but of course it's a much worse version. But Pure says even this is hopeless.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kirill should win. Demchenko.
They've been
Should
shuffling
not
here for a while, yeah. Even, unfortunately for him, even king h6 apparently is quite a safe draw. And if queen b7, we go queen e3 or queen e4, and we start giving checks.
Well,
Yeah, so I'm guessing if king h6 happens, he goes back to f4 and makes some kind of a quiet move like king f1, f2 and continues playing. But yeah, it doesn't really look like white is even remotely better, yes.
Should be a draw. This we've
this one
briefly seen.
Whoa.
Something happened.
Well, I mean, you have to realize bishop takes c4 is a strong move. c4 is actually quote unquote a blunder here because bishop takes c4 makes an immediate draw. But you have to realize you have the queen b1 check threat, which just makes an immediate perpetual. Queen b8, queen b1.
Yeah.
It's move 44, but even on move 44, this is far from obvious. I think it's very missable.
Desperation or elimination might get you there. Like, should g6 bad? So that 5 doesn't help. What can we do?
Bishop 5 does sort of help because we are creating a threat of queen b1, and then we can start pushing the a pawn. So yeah, but this you like. Maybe the engine holds even this, but with difficulty. Whereas bishop takes c4 just makes an immediately very, very cute, very beautiful draw.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, but it just has to occur to you queen b1 even exists, which is not a given.
Let us see what Kevin Go is doing. He's there in the background in the white shirt against Rigo Young. The blue shirt.
Yeah, this would have been an interesting question whether this is winning or not without the pawn on f4. But with the pawn on f4, this is very, very straightforward because you have to play rook takes h5 now not to get mated. And then the king gets to g6 and is protected from the checks along the b1, h7 diagonal by the pawn on f5. So this is a very, very easily technically winning position. Without the pawn on f4, it would have been maybe even a draw, I would suggest. Because whenever you play king g6, I give a check from e4, and without f5, it's not going to be easy.
It's over. Chopra, no new moves on the board apparently.
Yeah. The game where we thought there might be an upset actually turned very sharply, and Vitaly Bernatsky is now, I assume, better, but not enough. Yeah, there's enough counterplay on the king side here apparently to make a draw with f5. But that obviously is like a huge improvement compared to what we've seen after around move 20, where Garcia Ramos was pretty much winning.
And White is gonna win this. Like, looks like the drawing construction is this blockade.
Yeah, but there's still 2 alive on the other side of the board, so you just like you actually make it by force. Yeah, you make it. Yeah, it's not one of those.
Just out of curiosity, is this a draw? Oh, the engine just froze. It's not going to tell me.
Decline still. I mean, we can do some research.
I think it's a draw.
I think so, yeah, but I would be very reluctant to, put my money where my mouth is. Nope.
Not a draw.
Not a draw.
I know it's a draw with the pawns the other way around. Like it can be 6 here.
Yeah, it's these are very tricky. I never really learned them. I want to say properly, but not even improperly. I just don't know them. You hope you never get them, basically, because otherwise you're extremely likely to make an absolute fool of yourself.
I want that.
Yeah.
Let's check in with Kirill.
Yeah, Yegishan is still thinking here.
Oh, the clocks are still a bit off. We won't have 0-0, but the clock's ticking, so it's gonna have to make a move eventually.
Eventually, yeah.
I have to briefly restart our little program here, so we can we go full screen for a second, then take a break for it. Yep, here we are. This can only take minutes. Peter, any stories that you would like to share with us?
No.
Oh boy. Okay.
Nothing that immediately comes to mind, but I'm sure. Yeah. This ploy of asking people for stories with no lead in has.
Yeah, normally it doesn't work so well. I don't
Yeah.
know why. Is it really asking too much? We have 5 stories ready for every episode. Okay. No, sorry, we have to go on break. The tech issue is bigger than expected. I guess we can just leave the
Let's
feet
maybe
of the players running there, but need a little moment.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control.
Perfect.
Kirill Alexienko with the black pieces against young prodigy Erdogmas. Is that game frozen, or did Erdogmas just freeze and not make a move?
It feels like probably there are some board issues, because it's very difficult for me to imagine that he spent the entirety of his 30 minutes here and not made a move. So probably some tech issues, but black is more or less entirely winning. The one somewhat tricky line that though is the one we discussed before we went on the break, the one with rook f1. But considering the scarcity of options, I think you do play king g5. I think you realize you can't save this knight, and you might as well make your king as active as possible before playing g2. And yeah, it is just utterly hopeless once the b3 pawn falls.
Some heavy nodding going on there on camera. Nodding usually means confidence.
Yeah, and that's the game where we were discussing the very beautiful draw that white could have made a move ago with bishop takes c4. Very unsurprisingly was not found by Abdi Malik. It's a very unusual setup where you unpin the rook on g6 to give a very non-standard perpetual from the b1 and b8 squares, which you really don't see this very often. And now, yeah, it's a difficult position to assess really, because on the one hand, black appears to be making quite a bit of progress, but on the other, the pin against the rook on g6 is very, very permanent. Queen b1 is always a very annoying threat, and eventually the a pawn might start running. So this might also be okay for the player defending here with white.
Very much so. I'll be right back. Doing important work here.
Absolutely.
Is my forte.
And in the meantime, yeah, this has become very, very sharp. And yeah, the position that we're very likely to get actually in a couple of minutes is very unusual. Rook b2, the only move you can make here, not to resign immediately. And yeah, in this position, if you play b8, do you lose? Yep, you've just lost. So you actually
not unbelievable. No?
Yeah, it's very believable because yeah, the king on g5 cannot be checked, and rook e2 is a very, very massive threat here. So the way to make a draw here for white is to include something like this and then play b8.
It will not be found. It's not also not obvious why this is so much better than the other one.
Because we stopped rook e2, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's possible to get there, but yeah, not given at all. Yeah, very, very difficult.
No, black doesn't have a check. Then I take it back. It is actually clear why it's better.
And in fact, it's not. It turns back again because like it's not obvious now why black isn't lost. But it turns out that after rook e2, queen e2, black has either the perpetual or perhaps the pawn on c4 falls. Also, not at all obvious to me. Frankly, a very peculiar position.
In other news, we have the game Bernatsky against Garcia Ramos, where Garcia Ramos should hold. We've established this apparently not a fortress in itself, so you need some counterplay.
Yeah,
but you do have that.
Yeah, rook g8 should be a very findable decision here, and then just get the king over to a6 and then start pushing the f-pawn. Yeah, this is
fairly clear cut.
Yeah, as long as you make sure that rook g8 doesn't, immediately allow white to win some pawns, I think you make that move very comfortably. Like you need to calculate rook c7, king b5, b7, but then you will realize rook b8 makes a comfortable draw anyways. Yeah, rook g8 played. This will be a draw.
Yep.
This will be a draw.
Bobby Cheng still lost.
Yeah, after a5, I think you're okay to resign here.
Nah, f7.
Yeah, I mean, he takes d6.
Worst case scenario can take.
Yeah,
it's not the worst case scenario in the world. Yeah, it's probably a little more controlled.
Or he takes d6, or queen takes d6, or indeed pretty much almost any half sensible move there. Yeah, that will be a bit of a blow for Bobby Cheng because I think, first of all, he is almost 200 points above his opponent, and he got a very good position out of the opening, we thought. So yeah, this has gone not according to plan.
Demchenko still trying. Position is still very equal.
Yeah, but now with the black blade of 5, you can actually play queen e4, which I think is a way to make sure you don't even get asked very many questions. take with the
Only
f pawn.
white should be careful not to.
Yeah, but
be in
g4
trouble, but
does stabilize sufficiently because black can't really get to the h4 pawn at all.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
it's just a draw.
yeah. I don't think it will even continue for very long.
Yeah. So let's see what happens here. This could be kind of interesting if this rook b2.
Yeah,
and then the rook d2, rook g2 counter is found.
It's interesting that rook c2 is so much worse than rook b2 here, because it seems to also be queening the e pawn, but here after e2, rook e6, rook d5 there, and the king is not on b2, meaning the queen takes e5 is not a check. Yeah, these are such fine margins.
Just very tough.
Yeah, but that still, like, I think it's findable, which means that you're likely to make the right move in this position because life kind of forces you to. And we continue to believe that the board is probably frozen in the Erdogmus
Yeah, that's
game.
a pity. We lost that game, which was fun. Assuming Kirill's gonna win.
But yeah, still a very creditable showing by the Turkish youngster who played an interesting game. He did miss e5. I think you have to assume he missed e5, and his reaction maybe wasn't the best. But then he recovered and was fine again for a short period. But in the mutual time trouble, Kirill's experience, I guess, showed.
The older player wins. It's always experience showing. The younger player wins. The energy, weight, the speed of calculation,
the vim, the vigor, all of those good things.
All right, we're awaiting a move here. We do have moves on some boards, right? It's not like they're all frozen.
Yeah, queen b6 was solid choice, yeah, and
stopping queen b1.
Is it though? Oh yeah, because d4, d3 comes very quickly. Because for a second there, I thought, the spin is so permanent that we can even maybe consider this. But after d4, I'm guessing we're like one tempo short, right? d3, d2, and the king doesn't get to e2 in time. With one additional tempo, we would be okay here with white. Maybe winning even because of just how strong that pin is. Yeah.
Chopra still taking his time here. Is there any alternative? Okay.
Not really.
He's rook c2, he has to spot rook e6, rook d5 in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that should be found.
You really don't have much of a choice here. You can try calculating some slower moves, but like if you
b8 queen.
Yeah. Like you might be like you spend 3 seconds checking if maybe you can play something like rook g2, b8, e2, and queen that pawn anyway, but I think experience once again should tell you that this never works.
That's all there is. Martin Kremer's going to draw. Although,
yeah, he's been
some stuff happening with these pawns. White could win this on a good day.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of not allowing black to make any kind of immediate draws here, like sacrificing a knight for both pawns, for instance, would make an immediate draw, but he is very, very carefully not allowing any of that. But he's also not making much progress. With the king in front of the b pawn, black can pass reasonably comfortably here.
Not that much to hope for. So no, we're awaiting a move here. Looks like we lost Kirill or Kirill's game. But he's gonna win. So let's see how Aryan Chopra against Ortig Nigmatov plays out.
Yeah, and
that's what you turned in for.
Yeah, and I mean the stakes are shockingly high right here because I mean for vast majority of this game, white were in no trouble whatsoever. But now after rook b2, as we've established, like if you make the naive decision to just take a full rook and then queen the pawn, you probably lose.
Well, so why would you play rook bd6? Like, take care of the e pawn,
Mhm.
like go here and win.
Yeah.
You just said I'm done reading out the computer line, but still, this looks doable.
Yeah. Rook f3 is supposedly much stronger than everything else in this position, but it's also understandable. Yeah, king d4, b6, b7, all of these things. But it's difficult. He's been playing really, really well, but I would assume he doesn't have that much experience outplaying strong grandmasters and fighting against strong grandmasters for hours on end. So inaccuracies just started creeping in. Yeah, like the first 40 to 45 moves of this game, he played very, very well. And yeah, rook b6 here. But even I think the more obvious miss was not playing b6 a bit earlier when we were discussing it, whichever move it was. Yeah, somewhere around here. Yeah, instead of rook 7 b6. Pawns must go forward and blah blah blah.
Would you say that passed pawns must be pushed?
Something along those lines, yes.
Will you go as far as saying that they're a criminal that has to be kept
under lock
and key? I wasn't sure if it was lock and key or lock and key. I guess he wouldn't go.
That opinion has been, I believe, expressed at some random points in chess history, but we do not talk about that. Yeah, it's been a longish tank here from Chopra.
Strictly one move to continue the game. That's a bit odd, because I think maybe you don't think of it, but once you calculate rook c2, which you obviously calculate rook c2, e2, and then you probably spot this rook b6 idea. It's not that far to rook b2 with the same idea.
Yeah. Can we play? No, we really can't. Yeah, I was going to ask, is rook b2 rook b6 or not? But then immediately 2 just wins, right? Yeah. If you take and play 2, I can play rook b1, and that position is, I mean, I'm playing for a win at least with white, but of course there is certainly no necessity to include the trade on b6. No.
Maybe the game also froze. I'm starting to think everybody's frozen.
Yeah, there is in particular the Alexeyenko game is very mystifying because they reached the time control some time ago and haven't moved since.
No, rook b2 played.
Finally played, yeah.
Also the clock made a mysterious jump. No, jump back again.
Yeah. Somewhat shockingly, rook fe6 doesn't lose here, but of course I mean,
no, makes some sense.
Yeah, I mean, if you think you're losing after king takes b2, you might actually go for this. I mean, the reason I say shockingly is, I mean, this doesn't really look very good. Yeah, like you might be very worried you lost here.
No, king b2 already on the board. Yeah, e2. Now's the big one. Spot rook f2. Or rook f8.
Or rook f8, apparently, yeah. And then checks, yeah. Yeah, you're angling to give some kind of perpetual here. And after king h4, you also give check, check, check.
Here the king is in the way now. So you can queen.
Well, this is difficult, yeah. Both rook f8 and rook f2 are not easy at all. And you kind of need to do one of them.
Wants to queen and then think, but then the hand is wrong.
Yeah. That would be very pricey. Is rook d2 e1 simply wins, right? I was going to be very fancy. I was going to suggest rook d2, king f6, rook e2. Rook e2, king somewhere, and it's a draw by perpetual, I assume. But yeah, e1 just wins very, very comfortably. That was my cutesy idea. And then back to b2 or oh no, this was just before, yeah. Better not, yeah. This is we should continue showing this because like bishop f7, b8. And it's important not to resign here. Because you might be tempted to, but there is a way not to resign.
Chess is way too tough. How can anybody play chess? It's so frustrating to look at these engine lines, like how many resources there are in every dumb position.
Yeah, this one is a second one today, yeah, with the very
natural stalemate.
Natural,
Important
yeah.
in the line.
Yeah, and actually crucial. Yeah. See, you're not in the square here.
We're gonna make it.
Some way away from the square, I would even go as far as to say.
Because the square, I'm not sure if you know this, gets smaller.
It shrinks. The mystery,
Shrinkage.
yeah, the mystery of the shrinking square.
What always confused me about the square is that you can't do it with the pawn on the second rank.
Because it goes
here.
It cheats,
shrinks
yeah.
too much.
It cheats too.
So you might step into the square from the second rank pawn and then still get it.
Yeah. In one of my earliest chess books, there was this absolutely heartbreaking. I don't know why they included it, because like it always brought me to tears. There was this story about an old man playing against a young pioneer in the park, and they somehow reached this position where the pioneer has a king somewhere on the king side and pawns on a2 and b2, and the old man has a king on b1 and nothing else with black. And with his hand shaking, he takes on b2. And kind of glances over at his opponent, and the young man confidently plays a4, and the pensioner with his hand continuing to shake, he moves king b3, a5, king b4, a6, and
he couldn't get that.
He couldn't get there, and it's just like it's a heartbreaking story of human frailty and despair and
just resigned.
Betrayal of hope. It always kind of bugged me that it was.
How often did you cry about that king not stopping the a pawn?
Very often. I was a prone to crying. Prone to crying when I was a kid. Yeah, Rook f2 played very quickly by Ortic. Yeah, people are like good at chess. It's scary.
Although, yeah. Here he might even think he's winning, no? Like once.
Yeah, I think he probably thinks he's winning. Yeah, but he's not for some reason. Yeah, I think I even figured out the reason after Rook e2, because I thought, why not just king c3, king b4, king c5, and so on. But I think you get checked from e1. Like you never actually get to b4, and then you have to go back. And if you play king a3, this was also kind of an interesting little subplot. If you play king a3 here, I think the engine takes on c4. It's not the only way, but it's kind of really cynical. Says you have no checks. My bishop isn't actually hanging because queen c5 check exists. Yeah. Draw.
In other news, Bobby Cheng might have resigned because once again we have the 0-0. So I think he
probably yeah.
And here something did this happen with the bishop?
King g2 must not have been right. King g2 seems like it's
changed. Yeah, that didn't help.
Yeah, he needed to make a move that attacks something. Yeah, creating a threat of bishop g6 and then the queen taking something. Bless you. Yeah, and now the pawns will just start running, and they will.
That's just fatigue. No, 25 is not a tough move.
Yeah.
I was afraid of this.
Honestly, like once again, watching the engine just very, very calmly defending it in this fashion. I don't know how easy any of this is.
Yes.
Yeah, and also I noticed that if after queen e5 black goes c3. It takes on g6 and then it takes on d5 and says 0-0-0 with the pawn reaching c2.
I was gonna take this, but
yeah, queen c3, like you suffer, right? Yeah, I mean queen d1, queen a2, and I mean you probably hold, but you suffer. He just goes queen c4 here and says, yeah, I control all the squares.
Control the squares.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we just start pushing the a pawn up the board, just draw. No worries. Yeah, all of this is a bit of a shocker, of course, the way the engines hold all of these positions.
Fun.
Yeah, but now black is just winning because there aren't really any checks to the king on g8, and the two connected passers will very, very easily dominate.
So this is the only game with any intrigue left.
Mm-hmm.
Nigmatov delivering again. Where's he from?
Uzbekistan.
That was tough. He's young, but not that young.
Mm-hmm.
Old, not that old.
Yeah. This one is clearly broken, and by this point, I thought maybe I should just ask Kirill, because I have a feeling the game is over and he can actually reply, but also I don't want to get him disqualified. So maybe best not to message him just yet.
Okay, in our main event in the Nigmatov Chopra game.
Yep.
This sequence.
I think Chopra will find all of this because he really has no choice. Yeah.
On the board is this one, rook g2.
Yeah, king h4 also fine, but it's very, very unnatural. I think you'd much rather have it on f5. And then after b8, you realize that you can't really make a quiet move. If you make a quiet move, you probably get mated. So you just go rook e2 and tell yourself, I will calculate whatever happens. Like I don't have anything better anyway, so why not just make a move and play from there?
Seems like a good idea. Also, Chopra has been lost for most of the games. He probably feels like
yeah, he won't mind. He won't mind making a draw, I think, out of this game. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and there's not really much else to talk about. Demchenko's game did end in a draw, as we quite confidently predicted sometime earlier. Vernadsky's game ended in a draw.
Alexenko did indeed win.
Well, this sometimes is a glitch.
Yeah.
Martin Kramer is still trying, but I don't think he wins. It looks a bit threatening because white is about to play b7, king 7, knight c5, but then you realize it gets stopped by knight f3 in the end, so you can actually go.
Which is good perpetual.
Yeah. I have king h6 though, so it's not really perpetual. King h6, and then you have to play king c7, knight c5, knight f3, but since everything else allows white to win, you probably will find those moves.
Not the toughest move
I've ever seen. Yeah.
Knight 5 blitzed out.
Yep.
Let's say Billich on his way. Secure on the draw.
Yeah. Chopra considering here, I mean, maybe you can find some argument for king h4, but I think they're incredibly similar in that you will have to play rook e2 check anyway. And considering you have to play rook e2 check anyway, I think, once again, I'd much rather have it on f5 for future purposes. Because it probably isn't important, but I think one facet of this position is that if the queens come off, it is most likely still a draw because the h-pawn will run so quickly that black will very comfortably give up the bishop for the c-pawn and draw. So
yeah, I'm wondering, make counter arguments that the king might stand less in the way here. Like sometimes you're going for it, perpetually you want the king as close to this corner as possible, but there's too much other stuff happening, so not sure.
Yeah, I think it's a stylistic choice more than anything else.
Make a move.
Yeah, this one is over because queen d3, queen g6, and then it's just a queen on c2. It's only pretending to be a pawn.
Kartikeyan looks so confident the whole game.
Yeah, and there you see them signing the score sheets, and it seems like we are once again. Although maybe white fought there for 5 minutes, but it looks like the video is on par.
2 more moves, but this position is over.
Yeah. So really only the Chopra game to talk about. Everything else is either glitching or over or will be over in a moment.
What do we know about Aryan Chopra? Nothing.
Not a great deal in my case. I mean, I'm aware of him being a good player, but I've never played him personally. I don't think I've played in very many events next to him either, so not very much.
Find out. Aryan Chopra is an Indian chess prodigy who became a grandmaster in 2016 at the age of 14 years, 9 months and 3 days.
The second youngest Indian to become grandmaster after Negi. So yeah, was clearly a very precocious youth, and is still very, very good at the ripe old age of 21.
Still, if you're the grandmaster at 14, probably did some other stuff, no? Like, or I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I was never better than this, so. But for the prodigy watch, you would hope at 21. He's even higher than 26, 18, no?
I thought you were making some kind of a more joking.
No, I wasn't making.
No. Yeah. I think
obviously he's a very good player. But
yeah, that does very much imply
world-class material anymore. Normally, if you're that rating at 21, then again, I'm happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah, that does imply university studies or something, a switch away, maybe for like a change of focus a little bit away from chess, because, yeah, I'm kind of hoping what happened there although maybe not, maybe it's still completely fine. Yeah, I was a bit surprised by the way, Alexeyenko chose to convert because that game unfroze finally.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, he's still completely winning, but D2 on the previous move kind of surprised me. Why wouldn't you take bishop takes c1? I guess there's some stuff. Whoa!
Spot stalemate.
Yeah, bishop b1, rook d4 check, king takes c5, and then rook e4 check, and you have to. Yeah, this is a draw. Jeez, today is a day of these things. Today's like a full day of these things. I'm not, I don't go out of my way looking for them.
But Kirill is on stalemate watch.
Yeah.
Now it's just over.
Yeah, this is just, and rook e1 b takes c3 is also just completely hopeless, of course. Yeah,
this king. You're not having much fun here.
No. Yeah, Kirill will win. The Chopra game did reach queen takes c2, and now white is perfectly entitled to consider carefully if maybe there is some kind of a magical square you can put your king on, which avoids perpetuals, doesn't give up the pawn on c4 and so on, but I don't think it's very likely. It doesn't really look very likely.
So, do we have standings somewhere?
Standings. We can sort of...
Yu Yang Yi has 3, that much we know. Niemann has 3, Jorn has 3, Kartikeyan has 3, Grigoryan. Tomorrow, some of these people have to play each other.
Yeah,
finally.
Puranik, Hans is on 3, Adiban. Yeah, and there will be some more. Kirill will join that list, but it actually is not such a long list. Currently, we only have 8 players on 3 out of 3, so we will get. I mean, it will expand. It will not be
just one.
Yeah, it's with Alexeyenko included, but still, it will be. I'm guessing around maybe 12 players because we don't have everything televised currently, like the Dmitry Kolar's game, for instance, is not being transmitted today. Sanal Vahab's game is, hang on, that seems wrong. But yeah, it will be probably something like 12 people, so we will get very, very close pairings tomorrow.
I can barely conceal my excitement, but I will do my very best.
Your utmost.
Yeah. On that note, shall we wrap it up? Say that Nigmatov against Chopra is likely to end in a draw, or do you want to watch?
I'm okay with that. I think we covered this position, as I mentioned. It probably is just a perpetual, but even if it isn't, and the queens somehow get traded off, it's still a draw because the h-pawn provides plenty of counterplay. And I really wouldn't mind watching the last 15 minutes of the France game. So
wasn't even on my mind, but let's do that. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Tomorrow, the tournament will kicks into the next year when some of the favorites are meeting up after they finish their paella classes and Zumba classes. So join us at the same time, 4:30 p.m. Central European time, I think Spanish time. And for more action from the lovely Sitges next to Barcelona, use the meantime to buy my course on Chessable. And then if you have any money left, you can buy Peter's too.
What he said. See you tomorrow.